So I was thanking our partners. I have to thank our speakers, our guests who have agreed to join us for this fascinating day and have prepared great papers. I also want to thank the audience, both online and in person. Pierre?
Yeah, thank you, Fab. So also by chance, this conference appears timely as we gather today after two main publication releases. First, the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report of the Working Group 1 was published in August on the 7th, together with its summary for policymakers, and it informs us about the latest results from the scientific community regarding the physical basis of climate change. And second, the Groundswell report, part 2, was published just like last week, focusing on internal climate migrations. This Groundswell report builds on migration models to provide a global picture of the potential scale of internal climate migration, allowing for better understanding of how slow onset climate change impacts population dynamics and development contexts shape mobility trends. And the take-home message that I will quote from this report is that without early and concerted climate and development action, as many as 216 million people could move within their own countries due to slow onset climate change impacts by 2050. And on the right of the slide, you can see these estimates that rely on the use of both climate models and demographic models. Meanwhile, the contribution of the Working Group 1 of the latest IPCC report, that is the working group that is co-chaired by our colleague Valérie Masson-Delmotte, who will be here for the discussion later in the day, highlights the physics of human-induced climate change. Specifically, this report relies on chapters dedicated to the attribution of regional extremes to climate change. As shown on this map on the left of this slide, you can see the attribution to climate change of hot extremes, heavy precipitation, or changes in agriculture and ecological drought, and their probability to be attributed to climate change. This report also brings a new concept of what we call CIDs, for climatic impact drivers. And these drivers are the physical climate system conditions that affect an element of society or ecosystems. These are of particular interest for the climate migration subject. And as an example, I show you this map from chapter 12 of the report that depicts the high confidence projected changes in CIDs by 2050. And that shows that the consequences of human-induced climate change are worldwide. The thing is that the temporality of climate migrations is far much wider than the present and the future. And climate migrations are, in a broad sense, can refer to all movements of population related to climate-induced constraints. Taken even more broadly, the category applies to any species, and that's any time frame. Dispersal as a response to environmental factors is one of the main evolutionary forces that drove the onset of modern biodiversity, for example. Today, we will restrict climate migrations to humans, thereby focusing our time frame to a few tens of thousands of years. As an illustration, this map, based on genomic data, depicts the early pathways of our species out of Africa, with some dates related to indicators of changes in the past climate, what we call paleoclimate proxies. Also, on the right side of the slide, you can see how we can use climate model to force population model and to illustrates dynamically the evolution of the density of population through time driven by climate change. In other words, we can track the evolution and the migration of human population through time with climate information and archaeological record. The climate and paleoclimatic sciences have improved greatly during the last 3 decades. With increasing supercomputer power, climate models have increased in complexity and spatial resolution. And now the combination of global and regional modeling help constraining both past and present climate at an unprecedented geographical precision. On the right side of this slide, you can see the increasing complexity of climate models through time since the 50s. And on the left side, you can see also that on the data side, we have more and more data to document the evolution of past climate. There are numerous examples of collaborations between climate scientists and archaeologists working together to understand consequences of climate change on communities. And the Groundswell report itself is based on the combined use of climate and socio-economic scenarios to force population migration models. One challenge arising is how uncertainties accumulate in this deployment of models and how they can be constrained to improve predictions. In other words, how can we use transdisciplinarity to better assess the links between climate and human mobilities at all time scales?
Thank you, Pierre. So I'll give you a very brief overview of the migration side of things after this landscape that Pierre just painted about climate change and climate science. So migration studies are not a new thing. They've been around for over 100 years. In the first part of the 20th century, you had social sciences, demography, economics, geography, statistics, and later on history taking on the subject. And really, it was driven by American scholars mostly, and it expanded after World War II. I just picked a few book covers or article titles that were important, but obviously there are thousands to choose from. What is more recent, by contrast, is the mainstreaming of the migration question and its institutionalization in institutes and centers, in academic degrees and programs, even a chair at the Collège de France by our colleague François Héron, who's the first holder of this chair, and we'll be discussing with Valérie Masson-Delmotte tonight. So this is a really broad overview to give you an idea that it's growing, it's becoming more integrated, but it also obviously has enduring divides between types of migrants. Think refugees, for instance, who are often studied apart, or internal and international migrants studied apart from each other, between disciplines that within migration studies that don't necessarily talk to each other, and also in terms of the degree of critical thinking, of critical analysis that's being inserted into the analysis. Some approaches deeming it risky to have too much of a constructivist view of migrants and migration, because they think that it dilutes the advocacy power of migration science for the rights of migrants in particular. That's really in a nutshell what we can say about migration studies very briefly. You can see here, that's quite interesting, the slide will come up in a second, the number of publications about environmental migration has only been growing. That's on the bottom right corner. And this is not surprising because, as you can see, publications about climate change as a whole has been just exponentially increasing, as have publications about migration and migration studies. So the subject of climate migration, which until recently was sort of subsumed under the umbrella of environmental migration, has also seen a sort of rapid increase, starting from obviously a lower number in absolute terms. And nowadays, if you can move one slide, climate migration, but we will hear about this all day long, so I'm not going to dwell too long on this, is being approached as a multi-dimensional type of phenomenon, right? So on this graph, which is drawn from a recent article, you can sort of get a sense of all the factors that come into climate-related mobility or immobility. And by the way, in the assessment reports that Pierre referred to from the IPCC, the question has long been sort of left in the shadows, and then in AR5, it came sort of to prominence, but in a sort of a subpart that was devoted to security, human security, and this year in the last one, it will be present under a chapter about health and well-being. So that's also interesting to see. It's climate migrations are taking a place on the stage in the IPCC, but not necessarily yet in a particular subchapter. So obviously, the entire challenge that we would like to contribute to meeting is to have sciences, natural sciences, and human and social sciences dialogue with each other on this issue of climate migrations. And we're not the first to try that. So we're not speaking in a vacuum, so to speak. Paris has had cross-scientific exchanges for some time on climate change and societies. I just chose Paris here because I didn't want to talk about everything, but there is a seminar going monthly, still ongoing, that has been sort of pioneered in Paris, a scientific consortium that has led to a number of projects as well over the past decade or so. But this first group of exchanges has barely touched on migrations. Environmental migrations have been the subject of conferences, workshops, etc. And I put a few interdisciplinary important events that happened in Paris, including the one in 2015 during COP21, led by our colleague Catherine Larrère, who could not join today, unfortunately. But those about migration, environmental migration, didn't feature scientists. So it's the other side of the issue. Really, the most promising attempts at bringing everyone together have come from abroad. A big workshop in Greece that led to a number of papers, including one major article in Nature earlier this year, workshop at Yale, and ongoing efforts in the US, in particular at the University of Colorado, with our colleague sociologist Laurie Hunter, who will be with us today.
So now we will just overview the sessions that we organized today. So Fabrice and I organized the day with four sessions. The first one is to define climate migrations. So it will be chaired by Esperanta Dumitru, and with 3 talks framing the notion of climate migrations. Then we will move to climate migrations in space, and it will be chaired by François Gemène, also with 3 talks on migration, mobility, and immobility questions. Afterwards, we will talk about climate migrations through time. It will be chaired by Lamia Khalili, and with talks about past climate migrations, and also climate migration in the present and in the future, with different views on how they work. And the last session will be dedicated to the future of climate migration. It will be chaired by Serge Janico. 3 talks again, defining the issues between attribution of climate change and its links with migrations.
So thank you, Pierre. Just last point about the logistics. So how this is going to work, we'll have, so there's 4 round tables. The chairs will start off by a short introduction and presentation of the panelists. Then we'll have the 3 presentations in a row, and they will stick to 10 minutes. Speakers have been asked to stick to 10 minutes. And after that, we'll have ample time, hopefully, for the Q&A. The chairs will start by offering their comments, their questions. Fellow speakers from the panel or other panels are also very much welcome to ask questions if they so wish, but we'll obviously take questions from the audience. So if you're in the room, what we'll ask you to do is come somewhat near the mic, which is this thing here, so that people online can hear you. And if you're online, you type your questions in the chat, and Pierre and I will be able to ask them on your behalf to the speakers. Speranta, if you can hear me, I hand you the floor for the first session. So I'll play Speranta's part here and tell you briefly about our first speakers. So Emnet Berhanu Gebre is a researcher. She's a lawyer by training. She's a doctor in public law, and she's been working a lot as an international consultant, in particular for IOM, the International Organization for Migration. She worked in Morocco, in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in the Horn of Africa in general. She received her doctorate a few years back in Toulouse, focusing on the international protection of people displaced by climate change. So that will be her first speaker, right, in the order. Then will come Robert McClement from Canada, near Toronto, who has agreed to wake up very early for us. Thank you again. Robert is a pioneer in the field, among the few that we have with us today. He's been one of the leading figures working on climate migrations. He's a professor of geography and environmental studies at Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo. His research is about, the relationship between environmental change and population movements, population patterns. He has published an insane number of works about the question. He has advised also a number of institutions, the World Bank, the OECD, IOM as well. And he's a coordinating lead author for the IPCC on this last AR6 on vulnerability adaptation. So we have a number of scholars today connected in one way or another to the IPCC's efforts. And lastly, we'll have Joachim Marotzke, who will be talking from Germany, where he is a director at the Max Planck Institute for Meteorology in Hamburg. He heads the department, the Ocean and the Earth System. Joachim is a physicist, and he focuses on climate variability, climate change, particularly on the role of the oceans in climate change. And he has used, it will be presenting about this, he has used sort of economic experiments to investigate whether people are willing to use their own money for the common good, for climate protection. Is, as I said, by training a physicist and oceanographer. He has taught at the MIT, and he also worked and taught in the UK. He was the coordinating lead author of the 5th and 6th ARs of the IPCCs, and yeah, that's about it for Joachim. So really diverse panel from three people in 3 different countries. Our colleague Speranta Dumitru, who is talking from Paris is having trouble with her computer. Let's try and see if she managed to reconnect. I have to say that Speranza very kindly agreed to substitute Professor Catherine Larrère, who could not join us today at the last minute. She had to withdraw, and Speranza is a political scientist, but also a philosopher focusing on migration issues, refugees, and also from the angle of public policy. Speranza, can you hear us? We'll still have no sound, unfortunately. I am really sorry.
I thought she was muted. No.
Okay, we'll try and figure out while the speakers are talking. We'll try and see how we can get a hold of you in terms of sound, and we'll hand over to the speakers, and hopefully we'll have you join us for questions afterwards. Is that fair? Yeah. Okay. So, Mnet, do you want to take the floor for your presentation?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon for some. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear speakers, thank you very much, Pierre, Fabrice, for your kind invitation and for your excellent coordination of the event, despite the technical issues that we're having currently. So thank you so much for considering me alongside such distinguished speakers. So as you said earlier, my presentation will focus more on the framing of climate migration. And when referring to climate migration, one can choose to use the broad classification adopted by Walter Kalin, which encompasses more or less 5 migration scenarios linked to climate change. And the direct or indirect impacts of climate change are considered to contributing to a displacement of a relatively constant nature. And this displacement or migration is sometimes used as a survival strategy or as a last resort solution. On the other hand, we also have migration. Migration can also be used as an adaptation strategy by resilient households to improve their coping capacity to climate stressor. And I think some of the contributions today will provide an in-depth analysis of the issue and of the link of migration and adaptation later on. Also, although some may see this as off-topic, the issue of immobile population is said to represent a public concern just as serious as, if not even more serious than migration. However, we have seen that some authors have criticized the focus on trapped population as being a bit tautological, since for them the issue is a governance matter rather than a migration issue. To put it in simplified words, they have a hard time understanding the logic behind the choice of analyzing non-migration issue as a mobility, or at least alongside mobility and displacement. One can conceive that the choice to focus on a particular category of climate migrants, or even on a particular cause of displacement, is not always supported by legal or scientific arguments. The other criticism leveled at the concept of climate migration and related research on the topic is the disproportionate attention given to international migration, while empirical studies show that the impact of climate change will mainly result in movements of internal nature. And I think Pierre was mentioning in his introduction the Groundswell report, which highlights that over 200 million people could move as a result of the impacts of climate change. Considering the multifaceted, multidimensional characteristics of the phenomenon, The terminological debate show that the challenges in finding suitable terminology that accurately reflects the large spectrum of persons engaged in voluntary, forced, internal, international, permanent, or temporary type of movements. The multidimensional nature of the issue prevents us today from reaching a consensual definition and framing of the issue, and it prevents us from setting the problem as an autonomous public problem. Those who dispute the current conceptualization of climate migration refuse to frame it as a distinct concern which justify the adoption of a specific set of international policies, because they deem that climate migration does not create any different forms of vulnerability or any different form of needs different than any other form of irregular migration. But many jurists, many legal scholars working on the topic have sought to favor a right-based approach over a need-based one by claiming the specificity of climate migration, because they deem that climate migration is an autonomous public concern, public problem that requires the adoption of tailored, either international or regional or national legal solutions. On the other hand, for the opponents of the concept, categorizing, differentiating different types of survival migration cannot be justified because, excluding other groups of, for example, economic migrants or even other environmental migrants would be not only arbitrary, but also unjust. They start from the premise that most people engaged in mixed migration, regardless of the cause, face similar vulnerabilities, have similar needs, and would be deserving to the same kind of protection and should be protected without any distinctions. In a context of mixed migration, and similar to the one we're seeing in different parts of the world, and specifically here in the Horn of Africa, Eastern Horn of Africa region, for example, it's true that a need-based approach would be more suitable, be appropriate, because more universal, more inclusive. But however, advocating for specific legal solutions to climate migration, we must not forget that it's a strategy that was prompted by the very logic of the fragmentation of international protection regimes. We all know that in the absence of formal legal status, the general protection afforded to those displaced in a context of climate migration is mainly ensured through international human rights law. And although a human rights-based approach offers many advantages, we all know that it doesn't provide a right to enter a foreign state's territory, and it does not grasp well with the protection of groups of people and the protection of collective rights. And this has impacts on standing and access to court, for example. But a recent case law development has brought a glimmer of hope in that regard. And I'm sure you've all heard about the Kiribati citizen, Yohan Titiota, whose application for refugee status was rejected by the Supreme Court of New Zealand. And he brought an action before the UN Human Rights Committee based on Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which protects the right to life, and alleging that the risk associated with the climate change impacts threatens his life to life, and this should give rise to an obligation of non-refoulement on the part of New Zealand. And you all remember that although the committee concludes that there has been no violation of Article 6, the right to life, it does not exclude the possibility for people affected by climate change to avail themselves of the protection afforded by Article 6 of the Covenant. Given the fact that the impacts of climate change are bound to worsen, especially without any significant adaptation measures, it's not out of place to think that it's only a matter of time before the committee or others, other protection organs of human rights, for them to recognize that the non-refoulement obligation can be triggered by the violation of the right to life resulting from the impact of climate change. Although we cannot help but deplore the particularly high risk threshold required to trigger the non-refoulement obligation, the link between the negative impacts of climate change and migration will become increasingly evident over time and can thus justify a protection against refoulement. And I think that Professor McLean will also highlight the importance of thresholds for decision makers, and the case before the UN Human Rights Committee also reflects the importance of thresholds for judicial and for legal litigation as well. So besides the controversy related to the conceptualization of climate migration from an analytical perspective, I think we can all agree, and even the opponents of the concept can agree, admits that climate migration as a tool of advocacy has a strong political currency, which can be used to advance international protection, whether in the field of migration, but also in the field of environmental protection and the fight against global warming. I think my allocated time is up. I thank you very much for your attention. And again, many thanks for the organizers for their kind consideration. And over to you, Fabrice.
Thank you, Mnet. Thank you very much for sticking to the time slot as well. That's very nice on your part. We'll come back to your points, as I said, during the discussions. I'm sure people will have questions about the future of this protection of climate migrants from a legal perspective. Robert, can you hear us? If you can, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, and I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay, so bonjour Paris, merci beaucoup. C'est toujours un plaisir d'être à Paris, même par Zoom. It's always a pleasure to be in Paris. Apologies if I look like I'm in my jammies. I'm not. It just kind of looks like a pajama shirt. It is a little bit early in the morning here, but thank you for having me just the same. Mnet, thanks for that overview. You took a lot of my thunder, so I think I'll just maybe, well, I'll try to say a few things that build upon what you contributed. So thank you all to the organizers. I'm going to use a couple terms I'm going to use three terms in particular. I'm going to use migration, displacement, and immobility, which Mnet already sort of introduced. So just for those just to define the terms, I guess, migration, we think of that as moving from point A to point B. So if you change your residence, say in Paris, from the left bank to the right bank, it's not really migration necessarily, but if you move from Paris to Lyon, we tend to think of that as migration. You might move back to Paris later, that's return migration, that's okay. Displacement is more of an involuntary movement. It's people who don't necessarily want to leave their homes, but are typically forced to move from them. And often displacement is temporary. People come right back, but sometimes they're forced to relocate elsewhere. And then immobility, which there's two types, obviously. One is people who might want to leave an area that's been but they just simply lack the economic or other resources to do so. Or maybe people who maybe you think objectively, maybe you might think should move from an area, but they don't wish to or choose not to, maybe for economic, cultural, or social reasons. So I'll kind of use those terms throughout my little intervention here. And as was mentioned in the introductions, I have been involved with the IPCC lately. And often in the IPCC, there's terms used such as detection and attribution. So in other words, you have migration, you have some sort of climate event occur, so that may be the detection of some sort of response to the climate event. But again, the question is, how much can you attribute the migration outcome or the displacement outcome to the climate event? And so that's something that I'll speak about in a few minutes as well. When we talk about climate and migration, there's two words that I also want to use, and they both begin with the the prefix multi, and that's multi-causality and multi-dimensionality, or sorry, multi-directionality or multi-direction. And it's already been introduced, the idea of multi-causality. There was that beautiful figure from, I think it was Julie Blocker's publication about Tanzania that was shown earlier. This beautiful diagram that showed, demographic, environmental, economic, social, cultural, and political factors that influence migration decision-making. And I'll come back to that in a moment as well. But multi-directionality means that you have a climate event that has an impact on people's migration decision-making. It can lead to a variety of different outcomes, a single event, when you think about it. So an example that many people are familiar with, Hurricane Katrina, which occurred a decade ago in New Orleans. So you had this enormous, very clear, very obvious, identifiable displacement event. The city of New Orleans had to be completely evacuated. Some people in advance, some people after the fact. But what happened afterwards in terms of migration outcomes was very interesting. You had some people who came back because they were able to reoccupy their housing. You had some people who could not come back and resettled elsewhere because there was no housing for them in New Orleans. And then you had new migrants into New Orleans who had not lived there before, who worked in the construction industry and were involved in the rebuilding effort. So my colleague Beth Fussell at Brown University has referred to this as a migration churn. You have this sudden impact event that causes this sort of displacement of people, and then you get all of these different migration outcomes. And the point is, one, a single event can have a variety of different outcomes, but also the same type of event or the same category of event may have different outcomes depending on the time and place when it occurs. And I'm glad to see there's going to be some sessions later today that talk about timing and spatial dimensions of climate migration as well. Because if you have a hurricane in the Caribbean basin, it may lead to different migration outcomes than a hurricane, which they call a cyclone, in the Bay of Bengal, which may have different migration outcomes there as well. So that's the multi-directional aspect to it. Let me go back to the multi-causality point. And this is a challenge for a variety of reasons. It's an empirical challenge when we're trying to measure and estimate what climate-related migration may be now or maybe in the future. If you actually look around, you'll find it very difficult to find any statistics that say, well, what is the current level of climate-related migration or environmental-related migration around the world right now? Because it's very difficult to define, that cause and effect outcome. Some of the best statistics are related to involuntary displacements from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. They have some good annual estimates. They're a good sort of baseline for trying to imagine what's currently the relationship between climate and migration and what it might be like in the future, depending on climate change. So for example, if you look at global displacements, of which last year there was more than 30 million people around the world, the key drivers of these involuntary displacements were floods and storms. Those are the big two each year, followed by droughts and wildfires and other events associated with extreme heat. These displacements occur disproportionately in South and Southeast Asia, in Sub-Saharan Africa, and in the case of floods and storms in the Caribbean basin, including the United States. And so I imagine some of our next speakers are going to talk about changes in the future in those sort of migration driver events. And then, of course, we're going to add some new, slower onset changes as well on top of that: sea level rise, rising temperature regimes, and so some other sort of slower emerging changes that may affect population patterns in many parts of the world as well. So when we think about these multi-causality factors, one of the things that scientists and social scientists are still wrestling with is to what extent or what percent, if you will, of causality is attributable to the climate stressor or driver versus these other economic, social, political, cultural, and demographic factors that affect people's decisions on whether or not to move. And I imagine a lot of the speakers today are going to reflect on some of those relationships as well. Emnet very kindly suggested I might speak a little bit about thresholds. And it's true, there's a variety of different things that we don't understand about, well, how much drought is likely to lead people to decide to migrate versus to adapt in place? Or what is the threshold of household income that is necessary to to prevent people from being involuntarily displaced because they can adapt through other means? Or what is the threshold of housing loss in a community that's affected by an extreme storm that causes sort of long-term disruption or changes in the actual structure of the community itself? Because, you know, how the community responds often has an influence on what the individual or household level migration outcomes might be. And then I'll just sort of wrap up my little intervention by thinking about the implications, because, you know, assuming we can move and progress through all these different uncertainties, we get to the question of, so what? So what do we do about this? What are the interventions that are possible? And Mnet kindly brought up some of the larger global interventions that are available, such as the Compact on Safe and Orderly Migration, which is right now, it's not a binding mechanism, but it's a potential global mechanism for looking at how do we manage and help people who are migrating for climate-related reasons. Because what we've sort of agreed over the last few decades or so is that people who move for climate-related reasons don't meet the definition of a refugee under the UN Convention definition, but they are still nonetheless people who are on the move and sometimes involuntarily. So we need to think, how can we intervene to assist them? There's relevance for the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, which is starting to think about involuntary displacement as well. There's a term that you will hear a lot of in the coming year or two when the Working Group 2 report comes out from the IPCC about climate resilient development pathways. And what does that mean in terms of going into a future where climate may play a greater role in things like migration and displacement? And so in that case, if you're thinking about how climate resilience is built up at a societal level, then we look at the Sustainable Development Goals and achieving those, because when people have more economic resources and have more options available to them, it means that they have greater choices of whether or not to migrate, for example. And that threshold where migration becomes an involuntary response to some sort of stressor, you can pull back from that threshold. And then finally, I just want to raise the issue of border controls, which is something I've given a lot of thought to in recent years. Because as you know, in many parts of the world, Europe, North America, Australia, others, areas that have historically received lots of migration for a variety of reasons unrelated to climate, are in recent years starting to push back against migration and treat it as a problem that needs to be controlled and prevented. And that is a mindset, I think, that's very unproductive in a future where we need to build climate resilience and where mobility and agency, the ability to make choices in where you live and where you work, is a valuable tool in the toolkit of building climate resilience. And we have governments pushing against that and trying to constrain that. And it seems very counterproductive, especially in a world where you have a global north with an aging population that is not growing, and in some countries it's actually shrinking, versus a global south where you have a lot of population growth, very youthful population who have a lot of ability and willingness and potential. And so migration fits into a larger global pattern of collective resilience and development. And so I see tightening border controls as being a very short-sighted way of responding to that. Anyhow, I feel like I've talked for longer than 10 minutes, so I'll stop there. Merci beaucoup tout le monde, and thank you to the organizers.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you so much for your presentation. That raised a number of issues as well. It was very, very clear. Very good to have you speak early in the day to frame things along with Mnet. Joachim, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me. Can I share my screen? Would that work?
You should be able to share your screen, yes.
Yeah. Then I'll try that. Okay, I think we should be. Okay, well, Pierre and Fabrice, thanks a lot for inviting me. And after the two specialists, actually the effect happened that I was a bit afraid of. We have the specialists and you have me as an amateur here. So when you invited me, I did accept with a bit of trepidation, because I have nowhere near that broad knowledge of the subject that the two other eminent speakers have that we heard right now. Still, I can see that there are a few connections that we can make, and there are really two things that I would like to bring up here. Not directly related, but I hope relevant to the discussion here. One is, forgive me for presenting a bit of general background in climate dynamics. And that has to do with starting from the issue that has been brought up before. What may cause migration is climate-related hazards, and hazards usually arise from extreme events of all sorts. And the thing that is important to recognize as we talk about climate change is that we cannot clearly distinguish between safe and unsafe levels of global warming. In that sense, there is no threshold effect. And I want to illustrate that with one particular example, which does not directly have to do with migration, but still, I hope it's illuminating. And so why don't we have a separation? And the reason why we don't have it is something we call internal climate variability in the field. And climate just changes, just like weather just changes. No day is like any other, no summer is like any other. So that's what internal variability does. And what I try to illustrate here is this sort of the effect of internal variability on how we may have to think about climate events and hazards. So the hazards obviously are the extreme events are the tail ends of what's possible. Think of a heat wave. That's what I'm doing here, what I'm illustrating here. And what we've done here is we've used many climate simulations, and we've illustrated 3 levels of global warming. In gray, it's no global warming at all. So that's a pre-industrial period. The blue is 1.5 degrees global warming. The reddish is 2 degrees of global warming, where the global warming level is always, it's the global and it's averaged over a decade. So that's what we think of as global warming. And the question we're asking here is, what would that mean for European summer temperature? And then if we ask that, and in order to answer that, because of this sort of random climate variability, we made very many simulations, and in the end got 3,000 simulated summers and summer temperatures and summer temperature changes. And that's the result, what we see here. And I would ask you to look at the blue distribution and the red distribution. And the most important thing to recognize is that no outcome is more or less valid than any other outcome. So take the red curve. It's almost like a bell shape. It goes from 0.5 degree to almost 6 degrees. And they are all physically equivalent. They may all happen. Now, it's more likely that we would have an outcome around 3 degrees, but that does not mean that the others are less realistic. They're just less likely. And that is internal variability. And so what we are seeing here is that, if we now compare the 1.5 degree world and the 2 degree worlds, we see one thing that is familiar to most people in the field, and that is at 2 degrees, we get more extremes. So we get up to 6 degrees warming for a summer. That would not happen in a 1.5 degree world. That is known, that has been stressed many times. What is stressed much less often is that, think of 4 degrees warming. It would still be a massive heat wave. The 4 degrees may occur in the 2 degree world, but they may also occur in the 1.5 degrees world. So while it's more likely to happen in a 2 degree world, we're not safe from a 4 degree heat wave, even if we limit warming to 1.5 degrees, all due to internal variability. And that is absolutely crucial when you think of adaptation measures and so on. We have to be prepared for a very wide variety of events, even if global climate is stabilized at a very low level. And since migration, if it happens for climate-related reasons, is likely to happen because of these extreme events, that is something that we always have to take into account. The extreme events ride on the slow global change, but these events can hit us at any time. That's the one point I wanted to make. The other, it's really a completely different direction, but it speaks to the complexity that Robert also mentioned. And we did an experiment where we tried to disentangle some of this complexity. And it's the most complex experiment I've ever been involved in. So we actually managed to throw together mitigation, migration, but also poverty and migration. And so the setting we used was that we divided our subjects into one rich and one poor country. They could migrate, typically, of course, from the poor to the rich country. It had a cost on the individual who wanted to migrate. The rich were able to block migration. That's Robert's border hardening, if you wish. But the rich had to stand together to block. And what we also had is that the poor country could be hit by a climate event, and that would increase the poverty of the poor country. And this was all done against a game that we established almost 15 years ago, which said, and this is where the mitigation comes in, that our subjects had to use their endowment and donate enough into a climate fund that would be used for climate protection. Tiny, tiny bit of climate protection, but climate protection nevertheless. And the issue is, if they collectively did not reach enough money in that climate fund, they would lose all their money. So they had a real stake. They had to give enough, but of course not, but they didn't want to give too much, so in order to protect their endowment. And the three main results are the following. That the rich try to block migration, but they fail. And that is because they can't collect it because of too much free riding. So even in the attempt to be selfish against the poor, they are too selfish among themselves to block effectively. So there will be there was always migration in our experiments. When the climate event hit, two things happened. The rich increased their attempt at blocking the poor from migrating, so very hard-nosed. On the other hand, they did increase their contribution to the climate fund, anticipating that when the poor are hit by an event, they cannot contribute to climate protection. And the third, those two, I would say, very sobering results if you view it from a sort of normative pro-social lens. There's, if you wish, one element of which is a bit brighter. I thought that something completely unexpected, that if the rich were generous enough, and that threshold was not part of the design, it just emerged, what means generous enough, then the poor would indeed respond to the rich and their contributions. And if the rich weakened in their contribution, the poor would make up for some of it. So there was some, if you wish, global cooperation, but it was necessary that the rich were generous enough to begin with. It had to lie above that threshold. So these are my two very specialized, I admit, contributions, and I hope they will be useful nevertheless for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joachim. It's really fascinating because your presentation is already coming from this sort of interdisciplinary standpoint, where you've used also this great experiment around game theory and psychology to see how people can collectively act upon preserving the climate. So we're going to try and have our friend and colleague Speranta Dumitru come back with us if that's possible. Speranta, can you hear us? And we still cannot hear you. What I suggested to Speranta is that she'll give me a couple of questions or comments via message, and I'll read them out on behalf. Okay. Oh, wait, Speranza, can you try again? And turn your mic in. Can you speak louder? No, you've been prevented from participating by some external force here. So if you so wish, you can send me the questions you had in mind. I have a few myself, and Pierre as well. I'm sure we'll have some in the room and online. Pierre, do you want to start? I had a question.
No, start with it.
Okay. So there is this to connect the three talks. There were several points I think that everyone noticed that sort of came back throughout the discussion here, and there is this the thing about thresholds, right? Because Emnet talked about this as she should, as a lawyer, focusing on normative thresholds and degrees of this meeting the conditions to become potentially recognized as a climate refugee in the future, when possibly the definition will be translated into law, which is not the case, as Emnet and Robert pointed out. And Jochen said, well, because of internal variability in terms of extreme events, there is no actual thresholds. And this is not the exact same thing we're talking about, but there is this idea that Pierre and I have often discussed, which is that there is variability and probability at different stages of the process in terms of climate change triggering climate events, climate extreme events, and then between climate extreme events and migration or immobility, there are a number of uncertainties there. And then we heard from Emnet and Robert that there will be yet another thing. If people are actually moving, do they meet the political or legal or policy criteria to be deemed worthy of being helped or being rescued or being assisted? Do you want to reflect on this chain that starts really from the climate itself, of uncertainties and thresholds that may or may not exist depending on how you look at it? Who wants to go first? Emnet, do you see what I'm looking at here in terms of this chain of uncertainties and thresholds? You want to react to that?
Of course, I understand where you're standing. Your remarks comes from. Actually, from a legal perspective, what I tried to illustrate through the decision of the UN Human Rights Committee is that, of course, even though that it's very difficult to isolate with complete precision the climate impacts and from other factors, including socioeconomic vulnerability. I'm speaking under the control of course, natural scientists. The committee doesn't exclude that it's just a matter of time, and before the other organs or the committee itself recognizes even if it's not a direct link, that the contribution of climate impacts in the violation of potential human rights, including the right to life. And it's really important to refer while talking thresholds throughout my research and the preparation of my contribution. While thinking about thresholds, it's really important to focus on to differentiate different migration scenarios, and I'm thinking about the sea level rise, and it's important to differentiate growth and sea level rise and other climate impacts when thinking about thresholds, and especially before similar protection organs. So I mean, the multi-dimensionality and the multi-causality of climate migration would prevent us, of course, from singling out the climate impacts. But for I think when considering legal protection, all the impacts will not be considered in the same manner, and the decision with regards to the Kiribati citizens was provided with regard to threatened islands like Kiribati and others. So it's really important to differentiate also the impacts when considering the question. Thank you.
Robert, do you want to jump in on this?
Okay, sure. Thank you, Messi. Apologies if I'm fussing around a lot. I'm in my basement, so I don't wake up my family who's sleeping upstairs. Yeah, I thought of 5 thresholds while you were describing, while we were talking about this, 5 different categories, if you will, of thresholds that might be relevant. So, I mean, in one example is the physiological threshold, how much you think of well-being and how human well-being, for example, deteriorates when the temperatures rise above a certain temperature or drop below a certain temperature. And there's a lot of recent research in the last year or two about how as cities become heated up because of climate change, how they might become unlivable in the absence of air conditioning, and that might become a future driver of people. So there's that physiological threshold. There's the physical thresholds in the climate. So as I sort of mentioned earlier, how much drought can a community tolerate in terms of water scarcity before in situ adaptation or adaptation that does not involve migration starts to become relevant. Or even if you think about drought again, it's the timing of a drought that's often very relevant as well. In North America, for farmers, a spring drought is far more serious than a fall drought, just the way that the crops are produced and so on. Or the repetition, how many droughts can a farming household tolerate before their resources are exhausted and they need to move, or the severity and so on. So there's different physical thresholds as well. Then, of course, there's the thresholds within these interplaying physical and social, economic, political factors that all interact as well. So how much political instability, we often associate involuntary migration with politically unstable regimes. Well, how much political instability can a society tolerate before you start to see involuntary migration? And you can think about adaptation as well. I've mentioned earlier, a family that has access to air conditioning can tolerate extreme heat better than a family that does not. Or could be a wealth threshold, or it could be other factors, could be an age threshold. There are thresholds also in family configuration, the gender composition of a household and so on. There's all sorts of, at different scales, from the household level all the way up to a societal level we could think about. And then finally, coming back to your initial point, agency, which is very relevant for our legal mechanisms, is the agency being a continuum between people who move simply because they want to move and they want to experience new places, versus people who don't want to move but must move for the well-being of themselves or their family members. And where in that continuum of agency do we say, well, this group of people deserve protection because of the severity of the situation, because of the involuntary nature of their movement, versus those who maybe do not. And these are challenges for policymakers to say, where do we draw the line in terms of who should get protection and who shouldn't? So there's a few thoughts for what they're worth.
If I can add, as Emmet and Robert said, I think most thresholds that emerge here come really from the impact side, from the effect that climate change and climate variability has. What I showed in that graph is there's no threshold between a 1.5 degree world and a 2 degree world in terms of the physics of the climate system. The one exception probably being sea level rise. I think Emmet said that because obviously there is a threshold about when a low-lying island gets inundated completely or not. That's a very powerful, dramatic threshold. Other thresholds also in sea level rise then again are a mix of the physics and adaptation. in northern Germany, of course, we are constantly discussing whether the dikes we built against storm surges are high enough or not. Now, that's a mix of physics and adaptation, but obviously also there, thresholds are important. Does the water levels remain below or above the dike crest? But I think most thresholds and most discussion really then have to do how we, from the effects on us, on humans, on ecosystems, and how we deal with that. And that also comes back maybe to the question we can throw in, even though in our game we use the metaphor of dangerous climate change, and there we actually do have a threshold. I always felt a little uncomfortable about that, because the definition of what is dangerous climate change, I mean, there has never been one really. And there cannot be a scientific one, because what is dangerous depends on vulnerability, but also on how much risk people are willing to accept, or maybe the point that Robert said. So, okay, when does a family decide to pack up and leave? Now that is also in part an individual decision. So these thresholds cannot be, in that sense, that the danger posed could never be a purely scientific analysis. It also depends on people's decision. But yeah, most thresholds, maybe to summarize, do not come from the physical side of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joachim, and the three of you. This is fascinating. There is already one question in the room. I'll ask a question that Speranza wrote into the chat, and I think it goes back to this point that we're clearly seeing through your interventions, your answers here, which is this idea that, and I think to address Robert's concerns, even on the human and societal side of things, at the micro or the more macro levels, it's more of a continuum, as you pointed out in your earlier presentation. So I wouldn't say there's a massive difference between a continuum on the climate change part, but where there is a need for thresholds is from the response, from administrative categories, from analytical categories to know what we're talking about. Robert mentioned forced migration, involuntary migration. Joachim is talking about this category of his, which is problematic as well, dangerous climate change. And because of that, we have this question of whether or not people fall into one box or the other, and that's always the case with policy and law, right? And so Speranza's question is, in the event that we could agree on a new protocol to the refugee conventions and the Geneva Convention of 1951 in particular, one question is what form would it take? How would the definition, the legal definition, deal with this level of uncertainty? And should it be to protect the maximum people? In other words, could it be a vehicle for protecting many more refugees than today, which are subject to, as you all know, more and more restrictions in the access to asylum in general? How, Emnet, do you want to take the floor first? How would you answer Speranza? What kind of major criteria would you see if there were to be this additional point to the Geneva Convention to protect environmental climate refugees?
Thank you for your question, Professor Dumitru. Actually, the amendment of the Geneva Convention on 1951 on relating to the status of refugee would be highly unrealistic. So as you mentioned, in my opinion, the change will not come, at least now, from a top-down approach, but mainly from human rights courts, whether at the international, regional, or even national level. So I believe that the change will mainly come from the bottom, the bottom, from organs like the Human Rights Committee at the UN, or regional courts that are highly influential with regards to the protection of human rights, especially of migrants. But you mentioned that the need to differentiate, the impacts of climate migration from a purely scientific perspective, but also you mentioned also from a societal side of things. It's very good to focus a little bit on the approach that the Human Rights Committee of the United Nations has adopted while examining the application of this Kiribati citizen. The committee mentions the right to a life in dignity. So I think all our answers with regards to thresholds can be found in the term of dignity, because there are a lot of indicators that could give us some illustration with regards to what is a human's life and dignity. So in this particular case, the committee examined some indicators, and to give you one example, when the committee rejects the applicant's claim, it stated that the applicant had not provided sufficient evidence that access to food and water is so problematic that it would expose the person to extreme hardship. So we have some indicators that we'll need to examine in depth, so that to draw the line, between an acceptable kind of life in a context of changing climate. But with regards to your question, Professor Dumitru, I think the answer, as I mentioned, will come from courts, but also from human rights law, despite its drawbacks and gaps. It has a wider scope. It provides a universal protection, and we all know that the obligation of non-refoulement under human rights law is wider than the obligation of non-refoulement afforded by international refugees. So it's really important to develop that side of the law with the blessing of the courts, than advocating simply for the adoption or amendment of existing international instruments. I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Over to you, Fabrice.
Thank you, Amnet. Given that the lawyer answered here to Professor Dumitru's question, maybe we can take other questions so that we have many more people joining the fray here. Ingrid Boas is in the room. She will be speaking later today. Ingrid, do you want to come slightly closer to the mic? The mic that's this thing here. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but the camera is there, right?
Wait, I should be able to move it, but yeah, there you go.
Oh no, I should look yeah, now I'm looking at them. Yeah, so thanks for your presentations, and nice to see some of you, like Robert I've seen before in the flash, so it's nice to see him online. I had a question first for Emmett, drawing on this. So you described in your presentation there's a difference between sort of approaches arguing for a more tailor-based approach, suggesting that they're climate refugees and that they have particular needs, and others saying, no, we need a more mixed approach. It's difficult to see what their main causes are, and mixed are, their needs mix in that sense. And I wonder, is it per se either or, and can you not think of mixed approaches? Like in some cases, probably there's a very clear relation with the climate, in some cases it's less, and in some cases people need to go to another country, in some cases they want to stay. And do you then see, in relation to what you just mentioned with these more bottom-up developments in human rights law, etc., that maybe you will also see an emergence of this more fragmented form of a needs-based approach, then tailor to these very specific instances. So could there be a combination in that sense? And related to that, I found it interesting, if correct, from the program, you work with the IOM, and a long time ago I argued also for a definition on climate refugees and tailor-based approaches in that sense, in work I've done with Frank Bierman in the past, and moved away from that myself, went more into the direction of human geography in that sense. But I remember the IOM being quite critical of that. So just wondered also what the development has been maybe in the IOM and the learning curves that have been there in relation to the perceptions of climate change in relation to migration. And maybe also Robert had something to say about that as well, I could imagine. So, yeah.
Sure, thank you, Ingrid. So we'll make sure Robert has a chance to answer, and then we'll have a question for Joachim as well that Pierre wanted to raise. But Amnet, do you want to address Ingrid's questions first?
Yeah, I'll try. So thank you so much for your question, Ingrid. So with regards to the dichotomy between need-based and rights-based approach, I think, of course, in an ideal world, a mix of both will be welcomed, because as I said earlier, that a needs-based approach will focus more on the needs, on the vulnerabilities, and it might be suitable to address the challenges arising from a mixed migration context. And however, I deem that I personally think that the fact that some authors have put forward a rights-based approach, so advocating for specific legal protection of climate migrants, arguing that the specificity of climate migration, keeping in mind, of course, sea level rise and other impacts of climate change, I do believe it's a strategy. It's a strategy to circumvent the obstacles and the blockage that we currently have in international law, because as you know, protection is fragmented and scattered, in various branches of international law. So I think we have a tendency of thinking that if one cannot fit in existing categories, one cannot pretend to, comprehensive protection. So by advocating a rights-based approach, some scholars, want to circumvent the challenges, and also want to, go with the flow, with the logic of the fragmentation of international protection. So they realize that we cannot realistically protect all people engaged in mixed migration. So why not single out, at least save one category of displaced or migrants people for whom climate impact plays a significant, even though we cannot, single out and number the percentage that the climate impacts play with that regard. So I think it's more a strategy. So I would gladly advocate for a mixed approach with that regard. But at least if I say it in my paper, it's really unjust and unreasonable to say if we cannot protect all, none of the protection of the people engaged in mixed migration should be protected. So it's it responds, this rights-based approach is also a response to the more to the logic of the actual state of international law, which mainly relies on a fragmented protection. With regard to your question about IOM, I think Dina Inesco will be can answer this question from an institutional perspective later this afternoon. So I think I would leave the question to her. But I also want to mention the GCM with your first question, with regard to your first question, because I feel like the GCM mainly put forward the need-based approach, but it encourages the the adoption also of legal solutions to address the issue of protection of climate migrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, do you want to jump in? Sure,
I'll try not to speak too long. Hi, Ingrid, good to see you again, even if it is only on a screen. Yeah, so just I enjoyed Speranta's question actually, because she framed it in terms of how could we protect the maximum number of people? I rarely hear the question framed in that way. Usually in dealing with policymakers, it's sort of the opposite. What's the minimum protection we can provide people, and how can we minimize the number of people that get these resources, these protections? And I think it reflects the fact that, you know, we do a very poor job of protecting people who meet the current legal definition of a refugee. I mean, we can talk about legal protections, and that's fine, but in practical terms, there's an awful lot of people living in displacement camps, in you know, self-built shelters and so on around the world, and the numbers just seem to grow each year. So I think that's one of the challenges, is we also need to be thinking about the non-climate related displacement population as well, and how we're protecting or not protecting them. And then the third thing that worries me a lot is that a lot of climate related migration is tied very closely to labor related migration. That, you know, when a family is going through or experiencing some sort of environmental hardship, whether it's a drought or loss of crops or whatever it might be, flood damage to their home, one of the natural migration responses is for the young working age adults from that household to move temporarily in search of labor to earn wages, to remit home and rebuild the household's assets. And yet we have tended to villainize that type of migration in the West. You know, these asylum seekers are really just job seekers, and I don't really see a big distinction between it, in the sense that, you know, if they're coming to work and earn money and remit home those resources, I don't see what the evil is in all of that. And yet in policy discussions, we want to make a very clear line between economic migrants and, you know, political migrants or social migrants or climate migrants. And yet, you know, that division line seems to me exceedingly artificial, and I don't know what the answer is, but I'll throw it back to others to reflect on, perhaps.
Thank you so much, Robert. On this binary and its growing impact between migrants and refugees, whether or not, by the way, as you just rightly pointed out, refugees are actually being protected as they should, with all the restrictions in the access to refuge and the conditions of assistance. But there is a book that came out this year by a political scientist at Amherst. Her name is Rebecca Hamlin, Hamlin. It's called Crossing, if I'm correct. And she paints a broad genealogy of this distinction and how artificial it is, but also how impactful it is nowadays. Pierre, you wanted to ask a question to Jochen?
Yeah, Jochen, so it's more climate-related question regarding your presentation. I really enjoyed the way you show the probability distribution of temperature, of this summertime temperature over Europe. I was wondering if you do the same analysis for temperature in other parts of the world, especially in parts where the temperature can affect strongly the agriculture, or another variable than temperature. Maybe, I know it's more difficult, but maybe rainfall or rainfall amount or rainfall trigger in monsoon regions. Would you expect to have a very different pattern? I mean by that, would you expect to have a distributions that can be almost disconnected from the scenario, like present day and at 1.5 and at 2 degrees? And do you know if this kind of study has been carried out within different journals or climate modeling groups?
Yeah, thank you. It would be straightforward to do it for temperature in other regions, but I don't think people have done that. It's really a fairly new approach these what we call the large ensembles that do that. We did the same simulation 100 times over. And that number 100 with the comprehensive model has not been matched by any other group yet. And you need a very large number. We looked at Europe. I forgot exactly why. In part, internal variability is largest over the North Atlantic European sector. So if you went to more to tropical regions, then internal variability is smaller compared to climate change. But I don't think this has been done properly. It would be very straightforward to do it for temperature, but I don't think it has been done. The issue really has not caught up yet, even in the climate research community, in the physical climate research community. For example, the report on 1.5 degrees of warming has no quantitative analysis of internal variability at all. So there's still a lot to be done. For precipitation, I would expect even more of an overlap, but there we run into an issue that we trust our models much less when it comes to precipitation change. Still, these are very obvious things to be done. But I don't think the treasure trove of information that lies in these model results has really been properly exploited. So there's plenty of work to be done, and the data are just there. The results are just there. Someone needs to do it.
Okay, thanks a lot. So if it's okay, we mentioned it in the chat. We will end the session at 1 p.m. a bit later than expected. And we have one more question from Speranza to Johan. So I'm just reading it. Would various legal definitions or constraints which imply various levels of compliance affect how the game runs at different rounds?
It's hard. What we have done is we have softened the threshold to make and other people have done that. This game, which we almost accidentally invented a new social dilemma. We did that without knowing we were inventing a new dilemma, but then it turned out to be quite useful. And people have done that and asking, what if the subjects don't know where the threshold lies? And that has a tendency, so it's there, but it's just not known exactly. And so that tends to lead to even less compliance with the target and even less successful groups. So having a clear target seems to help. But the effect is, if I remember right, is not very strong. So I mean, there is this term uncertainty aversion. It has an effect, but it's not dominant by any means. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else in the room have a question you may want to ask our speaker? Yes. Do you want to come to the front so that they can hear you?
Hello. Thanks to all of you. My name is Sasha Pack. I'm rather new to this topic. I'm a historian, but I found all the interventions very interesting. And I'm just going to ask a question that may be a bit naive, but I wanted to try to tie together something that Robert just said with something that Joachim had observed in his experiments. That is that, Robert, you were talking about this kind of bifurcation of the asylum seekers and the job seekers as sort of distinct legal categories. And there's like this huge political weight that's very difficult to overcome, I imagine, in reframing that. On the other hand, Joachim sort of pointed out that one of the ways that the rich countries are willing to be so more generous is, rather than allowing immigration, is to encourage sustainability by making donations right to poor countries to help build their infrastructure or whatever it is that they might need to become more resilient. And so I just wondered if, there's potential here for politically sort of reframing the job seeker as the remitter, as the person who comes and attempts to sort of rather than have, governments write big checks for foreign aid every year, which are less politically popular, I think, to sort of reframe this as a sort of a natural way for citizens of poor countries to help, strengthen the sustainability and the resilience. I don't know, it's just something that sort of occurred to me as you were speaking, and maybe this is something that you guys are already thinking about, but I just wanted to weigh on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Robert, do you want to go on this?
Sure, yeah, I think that's a wonderful observation. I really enjoyed the question and the statements as well. I think one of the things we need to recognize is that migration itself is neither good nor bad, right? It's just a human action, right? It's something people do. It's the circumstances under which it occurs that may be problematic or opportunistic. And so when we talk about agency, we often talk about when people have the choice to migrate or to not migrate, and under what conditions and what timing and where they go. The greater the agency that migrants have, the greater the chances that the benefits will accrue to the migrants themselves, but also to the sending community through remittances and social connections, and the receiving community. We often think about, well, what's in it for the migrants, but what's in it for the receiving communities? We tend to gain more from migration when we receive migrants, especially when it occurs under circumstances where people have legal rights and have opportunities to access the workforce and so on. So I agree wholeheartedly with the speaker's suggestion that we reframe the way we think about migration as something to perhaps be facilitated and to be thought about within the broader context of sustainable development and what that means. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe someone else might want to jump in.
I think, yeah, we could leave it at that because we're running out of time. We thank you all for those very insightful presentations and comments. Thank you again also to the chair, Dr. Dumitru, who was with us only visually, if not from an audio standpoint. And we thank you all for your very interesting questions as well. We will take a short break for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 2:15 Paris time for our second roundtable, climate migrations across space. Thank you very much to all.
Thanks, Pierre and Fabrice.
Thank you. Qu'est-ce qu'on met? Comme je vais mettre la diapo de... Tu partages rien. Mais ça...
which shall be dedicated to climate migration across space. And obviously, given that this workshop looks at the same time at the time and space dimension with a strong historical component, which is obviously most welcome, I think we need to realize as well that the meaning and the patterns of what we call climate migration will be extremely different across space and in different regions of the world. It is different because the patterns of migration and the reaction of people will be extremely different across space. And usually when we do global projections, for example, about the number of people who might be on the move in the coming years, and you might have seen the second volume of the Groundswell report published by the World Bank a few weeks ago, there's usually an assumption that people will react in the same way to similar environmental changes. And yet, what we observe on the ground from empirical studies is that people will react in extremely different ways to similar impacts. And that therefore, we cannot infer that the reaction of people, that the migration decision and pattern will be the same for similar impacts. And on the contrary, climate impacts or different environmental changes, which might be extremely different from one another, might induce similar patterns of migration and displacement. And therefore, it is not only important to situate what we call climate migration historically, but also to situate it in space. I just want to provide a few examples from some personal research that I did over the past few years. I remember very well that, for example, I did part of my PhD in Tuvalu, and when I was asking the people in the archipelago about how they viewed the possible migration related to climate change, they were all telling me, well, we didn't have any problem with climate change. And then some Australian scientists came to measure sea level rise. And since then, we've been flooded with problems related to climate change. Since then, the sea level has risen considerably. Since then, there are regular floods. Obviously, the Australian scientists did not induce the environmental changes, but the people started to notice these changes and started to relate them to climate change after the visit of the Australian climate scientists. And for the people in Tuvalu, those who were migrating were the lucky ones, were those who had managed to, in a way, to find another way in Fiji or in New Zealand. Whereas in other contexts, and in particular in industrialized countries, when we study disasters and people displaced by disasters, the simple fact of speaking of migrants or refugees will be felt and perceived as an insult for them. There were massive floods in Germany and Belgium over the summer. Some in the press ventured to call the displaced as the Belgian climate refugees, and that provoked an outrage because the people insisted that they wanted to come home and that they didn't want to be permanently displaced. After Hurricane Katrina, when the press and some politicians also spoke of the Katrina refugees, people perceived it as an insult because for them, the term refugees was to be reserved to people coming from Africa, Asia, or Latin America, and they insisted that they were US citizens and not refugees. And therefore, the way people will, not only the way people will migrate will be extremely different from one space to another, but also the way people will conceptualize their migration and their perspective will be extremely different from one place to another. Even the simple use of the term migrants or refugees will have different meanings across space. And I think this is the reason why we need to be extremely cautious about some current trend to make climate migration a kind of separate category apart from global migration dynamics. As if we had on the one hand those displaced by economic reasons, on the other hand those displaced for political reasons, and then a third category adding up to these migration categories, which would be environmental migrants or climate migrants. And the risk of having these categories approach is that we do not realize to what extent the drivers of migration interact with one another and influence each other. And I think that we should be extremely cautious about using these categories if we want to describe empirically the realities of climate change and migration. And as a matter of fact, these categories are mostly used to justify asylum and migration policies in the global north than to describe the actual realities of the interactions between climate change and migration in the global south, but also in the global north, given that this is the interactions between climate change and migration should not be reserved to the global south. And I think this is certainly one effect of the dramatic events of the summer, is that populations in industrialized countries realized that they were not immune to extreme events, and that these events that they used to conceptualize as a stuff for the global south were actually also materializing right in front of their eyes. I've spoken enough for myself. It is now the time to introduce the panel. We will have three presenters. I suggest to introduce them one after the other. We'll have Hélène Benveniste speaking of migration exposure to climate change and immobility. Then Jeremiah Cometti from Strasbourg, speaking about the importance of an anthropological approach to analyzing the nexus between migration and climate change. And finally, Catherine Millock from CNRS and the Paris School of Economics here in Paris, speaking about gendered migration responses to extreme climate events. But first, we will turn to Hélène Benveniste, speaking from Cambridge, Massachusetts, given that you're doing your postdoc at Harvard University at the Center for the Environment. Before that, you did your PhD at Princeton University with the STEP program and with Michael Oppenheimer, if I remember correctly. You've also done quite a bit of work leading up to the Paris Agreement, analyzing the so-called intended nationally determined contributions that are still a very central piece of the debate today as we look ahead of COP26. And we'll be listening to your presentation for about 10 minutes, please, Hélène, if you don't mind. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, François, for this kind introduction. Can I share some slides?
I think you should be able to do that.
Great. Let me do this. There we go. Well, thank you again for having me. Really, really excited to be part of this very transdisciplinary event. So I thought what I would do in this short contribution would be to use some of my recent research to discuss a couple of spatial aspects of climate-related migration that I think are both quite important and perhaps a bit understudied. And in particular, I wanted to highlight 3 different interactions between climate change and migration. This first picture is something that I'm sure people have been talking about in the previous section, this idea that migration is already a widely used adaptation strategy to impacts on climate change. So you might think, well, with increased climate change, we will see an increase in the use of migration as an adaptation. Yet another aspect that's really important, and this picture is trying to illustrate this fact that when migrants move from one place to another, they might move to an area where they are more exposed or less exposed to impacts on climate change. And so with increased climate change, migration is starting to really substantially affect the level of exposure of vulnerable populations. And the last point here is this idea that climate change actually, you all know, is expected to deplete resources, and in particular in some of the most deprived areas. That is important because migration, and in particular international migration, which people have been talking about a lot, requires resources to happen. Those who move really are those who are able to do so, as François mentioned. And so with increased climate change, we might actually see a decrease in the number of people who are actually able to migrate. So let me start by talking about the first 2 points. I'm going to use for that one of my recent papers that is joined with Michael Oppenheimer and Mark Fabre, where we analyzed the effect of border policy, which is a key driver, of course, of international migration, on those first 2 aspects. And the reason it's important is because, of course, border policy might actually restrain the use of migration as an adaptive mechanism, and that can have potentially dire consequences for would-be migrants. So the way we quantified this effect was to proceed in 2 steps. The first step was to develop a model of international migration and remittances as a function of border policy. We also included typical drivers that are well known in the literature of international migration. So first, economic opportunities in other locations, and also proximity between origin and destination. What we did was to estimate this model using past data, and then we used it for a projection exercise of climate change and migration over the century. And by doing that, we varied the border policy by using different style scenarios that would open borders more or less. The second step, you noticed at this point that there was no climate change in the model. So the second step was really to include the exposure and vulnerability of populations to climate change impacts. And really, what is exposure and vulnerability? Well, it's both whether an individual is in a location that is likely to be hit by an impact, and also to what extent that individual is actually well equipped to deal with that hit. And both aspects are informed by what are called damages in climate change. Damages are those monetized impacts of climate change, and they're typically computed in economics using what are called integrated assessment models, so IAM. So the loop on the right here is a stylized representation of an IM where you have a simple climate model coupled to the model of the global economy through, on the one hand, greenhouse gas emissions, and on the other hand, those damages. Migration typically is not included explicitly in IAMs. What we did for that paper was to include both migration and remittances by coupling our migration model to an existing IAM. And in doing that, we were able to explore the effect of border policy on exposure and vulnerability. The way we measured exposure and vulnerability was to use this ratio of damages from climate change to GDP in each location. And what we wanted to understand was whether when migrants move from one place to another, they're going to increase this ratio or diminish this ratio, and to what extent. So this was the result we found. Here I'm showing results for 5 selected world regions. And basically what I'm showing is whether when people leave that region, on average, do they find themselves in a region where there is a higher ratio of damages to GDP or a lower ratio. So here are negative numbers are reduction in exposure when migrating. I'm showing results for the year 2100 for medium scenario future development and climate change. And here the color code is the different border policy, with yellow meaning all borders are closed, and then green and blue are different degrees of openness. So if you look at North Africa, for instance, here, you see that people who on average leave North Africa on average tend to end up in regions where the ratio of damages to GDP is over 3 percentage points lower. That's really substantial. When we do this exercise for all kinds of scenarios, including some that have really more climate change than this one, what we find is that when they are allowed to move, migrants tend to end up in areas where they are really less exposed and vulnerable than where they came from. And those reductions in exposure when migrating can be really substantial and reach up to 10 percentage points of GDP, which is really important. What that means is that if you start implementing restrictive border policy, that can actually increase the exposure and vulnerability of population to impacts on climate change by basically keeping people in areas where they're more exposed and vulnerable than where they would otherwise migrate if they had the opportunity to move more freely. So that's something I think we want to keep in mind when thinking about consequences of border policy on the climate adaptation capabilities of populations. Now, the second aspect I wanted to mention was to come back to this constraining effect of climate change on out-migration for people who have limited resources. And what we did in an upcoming paper, also with Michael and Mark, was to try and quantify this constraining effect of climate change. The way we did that was by adapting the similar framework, but this time for resource deprivation. And in particular, we included both in the migration and in the IM within location income distributions to try and get at populations with very different income levels. So the first step here was to model, again, international migration and remittances, but this time at the income quintile level. And when we did that, we were able to include 2 counterbalancing effects of income on migration, this familiar pull towards richer locations, but also a resource constraint that needs to be overcome in order to migrate. So basically, if your income increases, it reduces the resource constraint, but it also reduces the pull to move to richer locations. Now, again, we also needed to include income distributions in the IM, and in particular, what we had to do was to distribute the damages from climate change onto the different income levels in each location. So here the question is whether climate change is expected to affect the poor populations more than the richer populations or not. What the literature says at this point is that climate change is expected to increase inequality, in particular between countries, but also within countries. So damages are expected to affect the poor populations more. So we use different assumptions of how to try to illustrate this qualitative finding in the literature. And with that, we were able to compute the effect of climate change on immobility. And the way we did that was that we calculated the number of immigrants from the poorest income levels in each location. And we took the difference in that number for rents with climate change versus rents without climate change. So let me show you some results here. I'm showing results again for the year 2100 for medium scenario future development and climate change. And here, what the pink shades are showing is that climate change basically decreases out-migration of the poorest populations. There is less out-migrants from the poorest income levels with climate change compared to without climate change. And the green shades, of course, show the opposite. So here we find that climate change has a constraining effect in 3 regions, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in North Africa, and in the former Soviet Union. with a decrease in that migration that reaches over 10%. If we look at more pessimistic scenarios that have more climate change and more inequality, we find that this constraining effect of climate change actually intensifies. Now, of course, those results depend on how damages are specified in the model. So in order to stress test our findings, we also did grants where we added catastrophic damages. The idea was, the same amount of climate change is actually going to have partial effects on the economy. And with this baseline specification, which is perhaps a bit too optimistic, when we did that, this is what we find. We find that climate change starts really constraining outmigration of resource-limited populations almost everywhere. And that reaches a decrease in outmigration of up to 20% in North Africa for the pessimistic scenario. And this is not self-evident. Note that in the catastrophe case, increased damages do reduce resources available to migrate, but they also increase the pool to move towards richer regions because poorer regions are more affected by climate change damages. So what this means is that the resource constraint seems to actually dominate the pool to move towards richer locations. Now, what we take away from that work in particular is that to us, resource constrained mobility is not at all going to be a rare circumstance, and rather we expect it to play a substantial role in this climate migration nexus. What this means is that the populations are going to find themselves unable to live as a result of resource deprivation caused by climate change, will be left extremely vulnerable, both to subsequent impacts on climate change and more generally to risk derived from increased poverty. And I just want to finish with a very quick word on policy takeaways here. I think there's really more room to focus on interactions between climate policies and migration policies, which are not often considered together. It's starting to be the case in those three international institutions I'm showing down here, but I think much more should be done. And in particular, I hope that migration policy really will play a greater part in Glasgow coming up in November. Another point that I wanted to mention is that at this point, international institutions do not deal at all with immobility. They only focus on the people who move and not on the people who don't. And I'm hoping that this will change in the future. And with that, thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Hélène. We will not take questions immediately. We'll first hear from the three presenters, and then we will open a round of questions. So please stay with us, Hélène, and we will now hear from Jeremiah Cometti. Jeremiah, you're heading the anthropology department at the University of Strasbourg. I guess you've probably seen the chair on Netflix. So you will tell us whether your experience as department chair matches the one depicted in the series. I hope you have an easier time than she does. And you will be speaking logically of the importance of an anthropological approach to analyze the nexus between migration and climate change. The floor is yours.
Many thanks. Can I speak without this? Yeah. Thank you very much. So first of all, many thanks for the invitation to the organizer and to François Germain for this introduction. And I'm very glad to be with you to present my research. And for anthropologists, like you can imagine, it's quite tough to present his research in 10 minutes, but I will do my best. My purpose today is to show that actually we need more, as François Germain has already said, ethnography. And I would even suggest an anthropological approach to have a better idea about actually how climate change has a real impact on human beings, and in particular case today, we are talking about the impact that can have to people that are going or not to migrate or to push human beings to migrate. And I will do it today with a particular case studies that I did during my PhD in anthropology in the region of Cusco. The name is Quero, and I try to introduce very quickly. So why I choose to do my PhD thesis about climate change and migration in Peru? Actually, because I started myself too with a dissertation, my master dissertation in 2007 in Tuvalu about the question actually of this migrant, climate migrant in the question, the issue of sea level rise. And in this case, we can say, at least in the future, that probably the first and maybe the only reason to push people to migrate can be sea level rise. And that's why I wanted to choose a place that a climate change could be, probably, as an hypothesis, a reason between other to push people to migrate. And my purpose actually was to analyze with ethnographic material the impact actually of climate change, among other factors, to explain a particular migration, in this case in Peru. Very quickly, I picked these images because these images, actually the first one in 1978, was shown by the glaciologist from Ohio University, Lonnie Thompson, and actually was shown in 92 in front of the US Senate. Lonnie Thompson was invited actually at that time with James Hansen from the NASA by the former actually Senator Al Gore at that time, before to become the Vice President of the United States. And why? So I chose Peru because Peru in the Cordillera Vilcanota lost more than 40–50% of the glacier coverage. Just to show very quickly, oh yeah, you told me 2 seconds. The Quero are actually more than 100 kilometers from the ancient Inca capital, Cusco, and they're actually particular, let's say, climatic condition because they live on the slope of Cordillera Vilcanota. They go beyond, directly to the Amazon forest. There is actually a kind of humidity, a climatic particular condition, which is very different with other Andean community. So the Quero are a Quechua-speaking community who live, as I said, on the slope of the Cordillera Vilcanota in the region of Cusco, and they are divided in 5 communities. Yes, they practice animal farming, especially alpaca and llama. In the upper level, which is called the Puna. At the intermediate level, they cultivate different kind of tuber and potatoes, and finally, on the lower level, the plateau de Yunga in Quechua is dedicated to the cultivation, especially of corn. So, due to the constant empirical observation, the Quero feel actually the significant effect of changing weather and on their agriculture and pastoral production on a daily basis observation. So, to go very quickly. The main change, they say actually, during my ethnography, that is the rainfall actually has become much more abundant during the rainy season, which is between December and April, than in the past, in the last 10, 20 years, while at the same time it's become more scarce during the dry season between June and September. The Quero actually perceive atmospheric, even climatic variation that actually correspond to what we can call the scientific research on the climate change in the Peruvian region and especially in the Peruvian Andes mountains. So we can say that on this plan, the scientific and the indigenous local discourse about what we call climate change are quite the same. Actually, what is changing is the explanation on what we call in Western term climate change. Because the majority of the Quero see these climatic and atmospheric changes as, we can summarize, as the effect of a kind of deterioration of the reciprocal relation that they have between them and their divinities. Then we can describe very quickly the Apu, which are the mountain, the spirit of the mountains, and the Pachamama that everybody here knows, the Mother Earth. One of the most widespread idea among the villagers try to justify these climatic changes is that there is a progressive abandonment of collective ceremony, collective ritual, which are still considered from them essential to agriculture and even for the animal well-being. So according especially to the older villagers, the new generation would apparently only think about money, and most of the young people go to the city of Cusco to perform as a young shaman to the people of the city and even to the mystical tourism, especially from US and Europe. Or some are going even to do some job in some work in the construction sector. So we can say in spite of this partial abandonment of the ceremony, many Quero, as I already told you, take advantage also this reputation to be even the most powerful recognized shaman in the region. Mm-hmm. And this reputation is even induced by a romantic idea that are still considered by the indigenous movement as to be the last living Inca community. So since the 90s, more or less, the Quero began to leave their community more and more, permanently and even temporarily, mainly to go to the Cusco, especially the month of August is a particular month because the Pachamama is particularly active. It marks the massive arrival of shamans from Quero in the state of Cusco to answer the increasing demand from ceremony for the earth, on behalf of the mystical tourism and the inhabitants of the city of Cusco. Another factor, very quickly, to explain even this abandonment of ritual, is that some Quero converted to the evangelical churches, in particular the Evangelic Maranatha Church. So in order to understand the Quero discourse on climate change, I would say it is very necessary to examine, in anthropological point of view, the relationship that they have with non-human beings, in order to try to identify a dominant relation modality that lies the foundation of their reciprocal relationship with what we call, in Western term, nature, environment, and so on. Very quickly, through various ceremonies, the Queros offer a kind of vital flow as a gift to the most important entity to make up, in some way, their social universe. And that's why the partial abandonment of different ritual destined to the divinity has contributed to decrease the circulation of this vital flow. And because of that, according to them, there is even a deterioration of the state of the health of the inhabitants of the Quero too, the animals, the fertility of the animals, as you say, and the land. And that's why there is climate change, because this kind of a consequence of the lack of ritual. So as we already said this morning and even before, usually a migration is explained by a pattern of multiple causality, which, as we already seen, environmental, climatic factors are related to social, economical, political, or demographic factor. So if we follow this multi-causal approach, several scholars have used qualitative methods to address these issues. However, I would say today that most qualitative research on the subject has been limited to asking migrants about the reason for migration without taking into account their representation actually of climate change. Of course, I'm not criticizing the relevance of this kind of studies, but rather I propose to enrich in some way this reflection by integrating more the point of view of a given society studied in this analysis to better understand the link between climate change and migration. So following, as I said, several scholars that so-called, sorry, I will repeat the phrase. Following several scholars of the so-called ontological turn in anthropology, this approach tried to incorporate non-human entities into the analysis. Or the majority of study on the link between climate change and migration come, I would say, from a Western point of view, or even an epistemological and ontological tradition, then the anthropologist Philippe Descola defined as a naturalist approach. In other words, this research has a tendency to separate the sphere of nature on one side, so climate change, and culture, the human response, in this case, the possible migration of a given society. For example, several scholars see migration, as we see even today, as an adaptation strategy to climate change. They conceptualize migration as a choice between different adaptation options. In the case of Quero, I would say that I find quite inappropriate to speak about adaptation. That doesn't mean that the Quero do not respond to climate change. For example, for some time now, the Quero start to build houses in the higher altitude in the search of a better pasture, for instance, for the animals. From this perspective, the construction of this kind of house in the Puna, in the highest level, it can be conceptualized as an adaptation strategy. Sorry. However, in an ontology such as the Quero, in which this relationship between nature and culture is taught in terms of continuity and not in terms of rupture, the interaction with atmospheric phenomena and climate change in general are not taught in these terms. And we have seen in 90, the Cairo began to move out, let's say, more and more from the 5 communities. So what was the role of climate change playing in the migration of Cairo to explain their migration? So starting from an approach based in so-called naturalistic ontology, we can in some way relativize the importance of the environment factor among other factors, mainly economics, for instance, new opportunity for monetary entry into Cusco, other city in Peru, decreasing of risk, increasing of work activity, for example, or social, for instance, education of the kids and family network and so on. However, if we try to tackle this question from the Cairo point of view, we are faced with a kind of difficulty. This is not only climate change in some way, as I tried to show, that influence some migration, but it's also, paradoxically, the mobility, the migration of the Cairo that for them influence climate change through a multiplicity of relationships that I tried to show, because they go actually outside the community instead to do the ritual in the community. So that's why this kind of mobility to go to do ritual with other people and not for the well-being of the community, for them, explain climate change. So actually, my first hypothesis was on the contrary. So to try to, I was already there then. I think the interest on this approach is twofold. On one hand, it highlights the symbolic importance of climate change, and on the other, it shows that we need to go beyond the causal explanation. Of course, by stating that the mobility of Cairo influenced climate change, one could see that a chain of causality too. But it should be noted that the verb influence is used from me in a provocative way to try to revise, as I said, my first hypothesis or my first assumption. I know that already 10 minutes, and I would finish maybe answer to the questions. So thank you for.
Thank you very much. I guess we can. Let me now welcome to the podium Catherine Miller. Catherine is a senior research fellow from the French National Center for Scientific Research, CNRS. She's also an associate professor with the Paris School of Economics. She did her PhD in Berkeley, and she's been working quite a lot recently on climate-induced migration from an economic viewpoint, which is not so common in the field. She's one of the few economists really looking at this relationship between climate change and migration. So, Catherine, the floor is yours for about 10 minutes. As soon as the PowerPoint is ready, which should be the case any minute, I guess. Here we go. There we are. And you will be speaking, Catherine, as I said, about the gendered migration responses to extreme climate events in Malawi.
So thank you, Francois, for your kind words of introduction, and thank you for having me on this panel. This talk is based on a paper with Luis Becerra Valbuena, who did his PhD at Paris School of Economics, defended this summer. We're both fellows of the French Convergence Institute on Migration.
And we've just been joined by François Héran, who's leading this institute, so I want to welcome and salute him.
So there are two motivations for this work. So the first one is obviously what we know about climate-induced migration. And we need to do much more work on the heterogeneous effects. And as Hélène spoke earlier, there is a lot of evidence now about the differences in wealth and income levels and the different responses following climatic extreme events. But what we wanted to focus on in this research project is gender differences, because here we know much less. And here I just cite some of the work that exists on men's and women's different responses following drought or climate variability. And they're very different according to cultural context and country and institutions. So for instance, Dillon et al. Or Gray and Miller in their very early work from Ethiopia, in the case of Graham Miller, showed that women tended to migrate less, were constrained following climatic change, whereas some other papers, notably in countries like Indonesia, showed that women tended to migrate more following increases in temperature. So very different responses depending on context. And the other thing we wanted to bring into the debate is marriage institutions. So what we seek to do in this paper is to bring elements from marriage institutions into the analysis of migration induced by climate extreme events. And in particular, there is a lot of evidence on a risk that climate change, by increasing drought, having negative consequences on agricultural income, will lead to, or could lead to, an increased incidence of child marriages. And there is evidence on this from NGOs, and there have been newspaper articles on this. And there is, concurrently with that, there is a literature in development economics that show that the expected effects would depend on the marriage institution as such. So we could expect differences following a drought. We would see a difference impact on the marriage rate if the society practices dowry versus bride prices. So let me explain that. So bride prices is when the groom and the groom's family pay a sum of money or cattle to the bride's family. So the idea here is that, unfortunately, in societies that are very poor, if climate change, droughts in particular, affect agricultural productivity and decrease income, the family of the bride would be more likely to accept a bride price and marry off their daughters. And it could then not just affect the likelihood of marriage, but also affect the timing of marriage, notably then inducing child marriage. So this is what we want to look at. And here I just cite some of this literature showing evidence of this from Zambia and Tanzania. And what we do then is we want to investigate this using data with statistical methods, so very different from the previous presentation. We're back to quantitative research. We are drawing on Malawi and the 4 waves of data from the Living Standard Measurement Study, Integrated Services of Agriculture. Why Malawi? Malawi is a very poor country, very much reliant on agriculture, both in terms of its economy and for work of its population. Also very much subject to climate extreme events in the form of droughts and floods. And obviously there are adaptations, as we were discussing earlier with Robert McLeeman, adaptation options in situ or other forms of adaptation such as insurance, but they may not be easily available for poor households in a country like Malawi. And then migration is an option. And what we want to study is marriage-related migration in particular. And this is relevant in Malawi because it's a country where bride prices are practiced. So in general in Africa, it's around 83% of societies practice bride price customs. And it's typically related to patrilineal customs, where the bride moves to the location of the family of the groom. And this is why, in some sense, the family of the bride is compensated by receiving the bride price. So our research question is really, how do marriage institutions interrelate with these migration responses following drought? And in particular, our original interest came in this curiosity, well, is this risk, do we find evidence of this risk of an increase in child marriages following drought? And just for the record, in Malawi, because this is very much discussed, obviously, the legal age of marriage was raised from 15 to 18 in 2015. But a recent UNICEF study showed that 42% of the girls in the households that were interviewed, it was 7,500 households that were interviewed, 42% of the women had married before the age of 18 and 9% before the age of 15. So it's a country where child marriage is prevalent and where bride price is practiced. So the data, I'm going to skip that, I think, but basically what we do is we take these 4 waves of household surveys to constitute a retrospective panel of migrants from 2000 to 2017. There is little international migration in Malawi. We're focusing on between district migrants and within district migrants, defined as people who move from one village to another, not just changing the household within the same village. It involves some distance, the move. And we're looking at, importantly, the self-stated reasons for migration, which have been criticized in some cases, but this is what we have in the survey. And to give an example of the proportion, most people migrate to join relatives. And this is typically older members of households that do this. But work-related reasons account for 23% for between district migrants and marriage for 19%. This is the second or third most important reason for migration. And we combine this data with data on precipitation from the chirps that is very finely gridded, that enables us to then calculate an average for the districts that we study in Malawi. And we use the standardized precipitation index to measure a surplus of water or a deficit of water. And this is because the temperature is relatively stable over this time in Malawi. This is just to show the variability. When you see blue here, it's a relative deficit in terms of standard deviations from the long run mean of water. And the red is a drought, basically. Sorry, the blue is surplus and the red is drought, a deficit of water. And our results then, in general, we see this result that a lot of scholars have found that drought actually don't push people to migrate, but they tend to inhibit migration in general. But when we look at women's migration after drought, we see small increases of migration. But when we narrow that down to only looking at those who stated marriage-related reasons for migration, we actually can't see any evidence, luckily enough, of increases in child marriages, in the sense that the approach we're taking is we're looking at the probability of migrating. We're estimating the probability to migrate for different age categories, since migration incentives are very different according to ages. So we look at these decadal age groups, with and without drought. That's basically our quasi-experimental identification strategy in statistical terms. So we find this small decrease, basically no increase or marriage migration for girls aged 10 to 17. And that's purely driven by within district migration. So women in Malawi tend to migrate within district and for marriage. Men tend to migrate for work reasons across districts. So then we compare our results to work-related migration for women as well. And this is why we get some interesting results when it comes to this youngest age group, aged 10 to 17, because there we see that the probability of migrating for work increases both for boys and girls following drought. And we can't conclude that this is an increase in child labor, because then maybe these children are engaged in child labor already in the district of origin, in the families of origin. But still, this could be of some concern. And the other thing we test is that even if the legal age of marriage now is 18, the family head may not want to declare that an underage girl migrated for marriage. So we combine these two stated reasons, migrating for marriage and migrating for work. And when we do so, we see an increase of about 2 percentage points in the probability to migrate for young girls. So it's in this sense only that we can see some effect of an increase in marriage-related migration of children. And there are several possible explanations of our results that I can't go into now, but maybe we can discuss later if anyone has questions. One thing that's interesting is that this could reflect what is called a marriage market equilibrium. If there is a bride price paid for a bride, the men who are affected by a drought in that same district would obviously suffer income effects. They would be poorer and less able to pay a bride price and hence to marry. So that could explain why we find very little effect. There are obvious heterogeneous effects according to the status of the child in the household. Are you a natural daughter of the household head, or are you adopted? Do you have older sisters, younger sisters? All this could affect the probability of being married away. But we cannot analyze that here in this paper because we don't have the data on the family composition in the origin at that detail level. So just to conclude, we also have in our paper some descriptive evidence on the consequences of what has been stated as marriage-related migration. And these are serious. These are only descriptive statistics, but still we see that those have stated that they migrated for marriage purposes of the youngest migrants are more likely to drop out of school, they're more likely to be pregnant, and this all confirms that we have some confidence that the stated motives are indeed the actual ones, that when someone states they migrated for marriage, all the statistics that we can analyze on outcomes in the destination district seem to confirm that indeed they are more likely to be pregnant, to drop out of school, and so on. So indeed, this is an issue with some serious consequences. So just to conclude briefly, we find effects on drought, different responses from men and women. We have a kind of optimistic conclusion in the sense that we don't find any statistical evidence of, at least in the past, this period, 2000 to 2017, that there had been an increase in what was stated as marriage-related migration for girls, 10 to 17 age. But the work-related migration of children increased, the probability of work-related migration. So this could be of some concern. And to conclude, this is our paper that's recently been published. And I look forward to discussion with the rest of the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, well, time to kick off the discussion. Hélène, thanks for staying with us. I guess we can also take questions from the audience online. And maybe to kickstart the discussion, I will start with a question out of curiosity to Jeremiah. I was wondering if by any chance you were aware of the fact that possibly the Kairos that you studied served as an inspiration to Hergé for the Incas in the Temple of the Sun. You might recall the final scene from that adventure where basically there is a kind of traditional ritual and Tintin is able to save his life by provoking a solar eclipse. And the Incas actually believe that Tintin is a shaman because he is able to provoke a solar eclipse. And I was kind of struck by what you were mentioning about the disintegrating relationship between the gods of the sky and of the sun and the Pachamama, and the lack of traditional rituals, and how it was reminiscent of fictitious work by Hergé in Tintin. And were you aware of any connections or inspirations between fiction and reality around the Kairos?
If I may, just to inform you, this episode of the use of the solar eclipse to impress the image has been borrowed by Hergé to columns, to Cristobal columns, to Charles V.
Oh, wow.
So you have the same episode in one of the most famous columns letter. So it's a
wow. So, and he was able to impress the local population by...
column used this device.
Interesting, fascinating.
So Hergé did not invent anything. Okay?
So I cannot answer to that this question, but probably Hergé was actually influenced from the, I don't know, from the what we call indigenous movement, that when evolution theories were already passed, they use an identity recognition, the Inca past, and they pick Quero because actually it was a very isolated community from the rest of, and that's why maybe probably was influenced by this idea to come back to a recognition of a very glorious past related to the Inca. So maybe but I cannot really answer that to your question. Maybe historian can do better than me.
That's interesting, and I think the connection between the empirical reality you were describing and the figures you see in the Temple of the Sun was quite striking. Please, other questions, Ingrid.
Should I go here?
You can stay.
Yes, you need to come closer to the microphone if you don't mind.
Right. Maybe a bit of a strange question. It was also directed to you. So I like a lot actually what you presented and the idea behind it. My question would be, just to give an example, there was a World Bank report that just came out, and with the figure that there would be 200 million climate migrants. Of course, if you read the report, it's much more specific and nuanced, but the media picked it up in that way and wanted to interview me about it, and I wanted to actually say that actually the reality is more complex. We see a lot of differences, and it's actually maybe nice to give such specific examples. And then they canceled the interview because they thought that was not interesting. So I wondered if you say we need to do more with anthropology, how would you do that? In relation to the media, what could be a convincing argument to so that they also listen to these alternative ways of framing and just wondered if you have any experience or thoughts in relation to that.
Thank you very much for your question, because allow me to maybe explain, because I tried to put in 10 minutes too many information, so I can take maybe the time to explain what I wanted to do. Actually, I want to show by my case study, my experience, that actually I am actually someone that studied in Europe, and I build my, usually anthropology doesn't build hypotheses, but my hidden hypothesis or implicit hypothesis was on some way, as I tried to mention, climate change, then can push a human migration, so culture and nature, always this dichotomy. When I went there, I understood that then that doesn't make any sense. But I'm talking about this particular case. I did a very small fieldwork in the jungle of Calais. When actually I was talking about migrants from Darfur, this idea of ontology was less important for them. So what I tried to say with my experience, that if you use ethnography and stay more time with migrants, this is my example in Cairo, but you can have another example with other ethnography. You can go beyond this kind of particular ontological Western term divided in nature and culture, and grasp and know more about what happened for them. Because what is for us a change of nature, which means climate change, we can say that for them it's already a cultural change, because they communicate with non-human beings, non-human identity. And try to answer to your question, I don't know why media are not interested in some way. I don't know, but I think ethnography allows to show that it's a real impact for them, for this kind of community. And I think just when you have a decentrate approach, you can understand. Because that's why, as Francois already said, ethnography, and spend time with migrants and not just go to ask them very quickly with just to question why are migrating, that's it, and maybe disappear. Stay with people, allow to better understand why they are migrating and grasp this kind of. Not answering that to your question, but
I often get a reply like, okay, but
Ingrid, could you come here? I'm sorry, but I'm thinking of the frustration of those listening online.
Yeah, so I often then get to reply, okay, but what about the future? What does it say about the future? And how does this help us? If we look broader into the impacts of climate change in relation with migration, what can we learn from it? I often just don't know really how to best respond to that. But...
Yeah, it's a very huge question. Even for everybody here.
Yeah, well, maybe others.
No, but it was interesting, for example, that the concept of Pachamama was included in the text of the Paris Agreement.
Then there is the danger of the essentialization of this concept, because when you use in political term Pachamama, there's the use always to see in a Manichaean way the Western that actually are destroying nature and the indigenous who are protecting nature.
Yep.
But sometimes there are indigenous that are more modern than the modern.
Yeah, and this is a very powerful discourse in the climate negotiations, the idea that indigenous people are the protectors of nature against Western civilization.
So we have to avoid to go in this sense.
And this is a very powerful narrative which is used by indigenous people themselves.
And one thing, maybe I stop there, related to what we talked this morning about legal issues, I think it's a very crucial point of climate change and migration, how to protect these people. But an anthropological point of view can open even the debate to how to go beyond an anthropocentric point of view, to go just load two human beings. I'm thinking about the Wanganui River in New Zealand that received actually a legal recognition, and human beings law right are subordinated to the river. So I think that when we start to think about some particular ecosystem, not everything, we can even go further to the reflection of what we can do in legal way, following the discussion that we had this morning about legal issue about human rights. Sorry, I'm going to talk too much.
Other questions or reflections? Yes.
I had a question for you, Hélène. This is Fabrice speaking. I was wondering, we heard from François and his anecdote in the opening remarks about the Australian scientists coming to Tuvalu and sort of changing the view of the people there. We heard from Jeremiah about the Keros. Catherine did her study with self-reported data, and there is this key notion of how people represent climate change, climate migration, how they view it themselves. In your model about damages on GDP, clearly GDP is not self-reported by people. I was wondering whether you had an idea of including in the assessment of damages some form of self-perceived, elements, or is it too much of a hassle to gather this kind of data for such models?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's not, I mean, it would be a lot of work to do that. I think the point what we're trying to make with this kind of model is when we see, I mean, often what is shown in the literature is the fact that the kind of more direct environmental changes tend to take place by and then induce more internal migration and not necessarily international migration. Because we're focusing on international migration, by looking at the question of border policy, we didn't want to model some kind of, I mean, we tried and we didn't find anything significant trying to model some kind of direct effect of temperature change or whatnot on international migration. On the contrary, though, I think there's really an argument to be made for what, climate change actually affecting drivers also of very long distance migration, just because climate change is not affecting everybody, every place in the same way. And just by looking at the differential effects of climate change, which we kind of measure in terms of income or GDP, that, one place being more affected than the other, that would change the drivers of migration. So in those types of models, it's true that we don't have an explicit modeling of an individual's decision and what would drive the specific migration decision. That being said, again, for the international migrations, I think that the differentiated effects on income levels and whatnot are a really important effect for that.
All right, thank you. Well, now in a true TV show fashion, it is now time to call a friend. And we have a question from one of France's most celebrated climate scientists, Gilles Ramstein, who should be online with us. Gilles, can you hear us?
Can we hear Gilles? Can we upgrade Gilles? I'm sure you can hear us.
His mic is muted.
Can you?
Just unmute his mic.
Yeah, we'll try and do that. Yeah, Franz is going to speak right after Gilles. I think Gilles was first, and but oh yeah, spectateur, Gilles Ramstein. Yeah, there you go. Gilles, can you hear us?
Now you can hear me?
Oh yes, Gilles, yes. Hello, hi. Gilles, we don't have a question for you, but you have a question for us.
Yeah, in fact, as I don't see, I never know if the micro is muted or if it is okay. Yes, my question was for Jeremy. It's a really naive and climatic question. I was wondering, because Jeremy, you said that the causes of the climate changes could be explained by us, but they also can be explained by this community, as you said. But if you discuss with them about the future, we can say something about the future. They can believe or not believe us, but it will be maybe different from what is predicted by the shaman. And I think maybe it's interesting to discuss, in fact, with the shaman to try to see how what we say or what we think could be undertaken by a shaman, because maybe they will trust better a shaman than somebody that is computing the climate.
Many thanks for your question.
The question is that maybe we should discuss, maybe we can explain causes of climate change and we can make projection for them. So we could tell them, okay, in the next 20 years, the climate will evolve so and so. But if in their cultural frameworks, they just believe to what shaman is telling, what is important is to try to convince the shaman. Do you think this is something that is possible to discuss with the shaman, or it's really two different worlds?
No, of course. So just 10 minutes, I cannot explain what I did in my PhD in 6 years, but I spent time with them. Actually, no, I'm not using with them in terms of climate change. I tried just to talk about what is atmospheric event and so on. And then there is a particular actually problem that for them, for instance, in the future, you have to think that for them, the time is not something that is space and time, which is a cyclical time, which is the concept of continuity. And for them, for instance, there is some idea from shamanic point of view, and when actually the last alpaca is going to disappear, or when the last glacier is going to disappear, there is a new change, a new world that is becoming. So talking about the future, we have to think it's not the same future for us, which is linear, it's cyclical. So that's why I start to change my idea about adaptation, because why I'm criticizing an adaptation strategy, because adaptation strategies, we are still in this idea of nature and culture. But when I asked to shaman, actually, because every heroes are considered as a shaman, why are you adapting to climate change without use the term of adapting? The question is not, I have to build a house, I have to change the agriculture system. They told me we have to restore rituals. We have to do, again, the ritual that we are losing. That's why the adaptation for them is to do more ritual. So that's why for them in the future can be different if they continue to do ritual. So I'm not so sure that I answered to your question, but it's what they are telling me. And then, and I stop this, a lot of shamans now are so known in the mystical world, for sure, but now it's a pandemic, maybe not. But usually a shaman is in France, is in UK, is in US, so they travel and they even start to know the Western scientific explanation of climate change. So in the future, maybe they are going to change even their point of view of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Gilles.
Thank you, Gilles. And we shall now go to Bielefeld, where Franz Moritz-Hagen, who will be speaking in the next session, has a question for us. Hello, friends. How are you doing?
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? I guess you can.
Yes.
Great to be here, although I would have much preferred to be in Paris. I wanted to return to Ingrid Boas's question on how to handle the problem of complexity in the way we communicate it. And let me frame it in a different way and then also turn over to a question, my initial question, which is connected to the problem. Let me frame it in a way that what is the message we could make to policymakers and to the broader public to see how meaningful this work, be it anthropological or historical, is in the broader context of climate migration. And the suggestion I would make is to say, well, first of all, I mean, we're dealing with enormous complexity within the climate system and in the social system. And if we don't understand the specific cultural capacities for reacting to climatic changes appropriately, then there won't be local ways to respond to the challenges of climate change. And to understand these local means also will enable societies to react locally and not turn it necessarily into a global policy issue. So we kind of need, as much as we need to scale down our climatic projections, we also often need to scale down our measures, particularly in the context of adaptations. This isn't new at all, but we need to scale them down to local societies as well. But that obviously also involves the challenge that we would meet as humanists, as historians, as sociologists, as anthropologists, you name it, that would involve the challenge for us to turn our research results into concrete ideas of what to do locally. And I think it's a challenge we often don't respond to appropriately. Now, that said, I've also wanted to point out to another problem in this context. I think that we get the issue of climate change migration or global warming migration, whatever you want to call it, to the broader audience and its attention. I think it is important to include, say, Western industrialized societies. And we know we've seen the cases. Robert McLemmon mentioned it this morning, the case of New Orleans, the extremes that hit the Louisiana coast and generally the eastern coast. There are so many examples, the 2010 droughts and then the follow-up, the inundations in Australia have caused so much displacement. So it is not just a third world country problem or a non-industrialized societies problem that we're talking about. And I don't think this has gotten to the general political awareness about the problem of climate change and migration as far as it is involved. And I was asking now, are there any strategies? I mean, if one of the ideas for this conference as an outcome would be as well to also look into potential political messages, maybe this would be a point to address as well.
Thank you, friends. Answers? Who'd like to comment on this? Ingrid, maybe would you like to?
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. No, I think most of us, also myself including, have studied cases outside of Europe or even the US, and I agree that making it somewhat more global in scale and looking and would indeed help to make the message a bit clearer. Already, if you explain, for instance, in Limburg in the Netherlands, just less extreme than in Belgium, the case that you gave before. If you then say, make it about that people after floods also wanted to return back home and didn't all flee to, I don't know, Germany in that case didn't help, but the north of the Netherlands or something, then people start to understand a bit more what it's about, and indeed you make it a bit closer to home. So I think that could very well work as a way to communicate it. but maybe that's what's just drawing.
If I can chip in as well on this, I think what is very striking is that I'm getting a few journalist requests ahead of COP26, and they're all keen to show example of people who were displaced or people who had to migrate as a result of climate change, because for them it is a way to make the impacts of climate change more tangible, more perceptible to people. And they all want to show people in Europe. And basically they're all like, can you please point us to cases in Europe where we could see Europeans being displaced as a result of climate change? And I'm very kind of struck by this kind of imagery and narrative, as if basically showing cases that seem exotic in other parts of the world, basically, and of the need to basically show one European being displaced as a result of climate change. And even though I'm telling them that obviously everything we've discussed, that the perception of climate change is that the pattern of migration might be very different from one individual than to another, that it's extremely difficult and impossible to frame a kind of category of people displaced as a result of climate change. This is still a kind of very powerful narrative, and I have no doubt that whatever I tell them, the editor-in-chief will make it happen, and that we will see in reports or ever look at these people or this family displaced as a result of climate change. This is happening in Europe as well. And clearly the communication of this to the general public does not reflect probably the perceptions of the people who have been displaced themselves. And I think it raises some serious and important questions about how we communicate about this.
Hélène, I think, wants to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. I think when we think about policy implications, the displacement aspect is very important, but I think there is perhaps a bit of danger in focusing only on displacement and not just other forms of mobility. Basically, the risk I see happening in the media focusing on displacement is basically this implication that any migration would be problematic or something wrong or something that needs to be avoided. I think that's something that's not necessarily the best way to inform policy. Migration has always happened and will keep happening. The question I think that is relevant for policy is whether the people who move or the people who don't, for that matter, wanted to move or didn't want to move. And I guess the notion of constraint there is what matters for policy. Just wanted to put it out there. I think the displacement question is clearly not just limited to less developed countries. It's definitely present in Europe. But that being said, just other types of migration happen all the time. Climate change is expected to affect those types of migration as well. And there is a need for policy response in other types of migration than just displacement. Just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you, Hélène. Other comments? Yes, here at the back. If you don't mind coming up to the mic.
Hi again, thank you all. My question, I guess it picks up on this juxtaposition of the rich world and the poor world, and how thinking about these two world regions or two groups of people side by side may actually change our thinking about it, because it does occur to me that like immobility in poor countries is very much a vulnerability, right? As Hélène is saying, whereas immobility in a context of wealth is actually a sign of strength and resilience. I know that like cities in the United States, like Houston and Miami, that are very vulnerable to hurricanes, you know, they don't want to lose their tax base by everybody leaving. So they are, you know, making measures to make their buildings more hurricane resistant at higher wind speeds, and they're doing all kinds of flood mitigation and these kinds of things. And so even historically, I mean, it's the wealthy who can afford to live, you know, high up on the hill, so they're not prone to floods. You know, these to me, in some sense, we can also look at immobility as a sign of resilience, power, social power and social capital and wealth and so forth. So I guess I just wondered, and I was also wondering this too in the context of Katrine's paper about gender, how it changes, if as we look further up the income scale, to what extent do we, does this change, does this change the study? Does it change the kind of the theorization of everything? But also, is it really necessary in terms of policy responses, or do policy responses really need to be sort of developed with a focus on truly the vulnerable? It's just a question I have as a historian. I just kind of wonder about over and over: is do we really need to worry about these people who can sort of take care of themselves in these kind of crises because they have the means, or is it just too important to ignore because it does represent a large portion of the global population as well? So I hope that made sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Hélène, would you like to respond or comment on this?
Yeah, you're right that in certain contexts, this notion of immobility is a form of resilience. I think you don't want to assume that that's the case across the board in northern countries. There are plenty of places along the coast in the US where it's very vulnerable communities who end up kind of being stuck in areas where they get flooded over and over again and don't necessarily have the means to move. I think this notion of policy in terms of managed retreat is something that's barely starting, and it's something that's going to require a lot of work. The question of whether policies need to be focused on the most vulnerable, I guess, is more of a political one and almost philosophical one. I would tend to say yes, but I'm ready to hear other opinions on that.
Thank you. France? Oh, France, yes, sorry.
Well, I would like to question the assumption that we know who are the people who can help themselves. And because, I mean, if you look, for example, at the recent events of the flooding that took place in Western Germany and in some parts of the Netherlands and Belgium, I don't think these people were necessarily an example of the richer part of the world with a great individual capacity to help themselves. Of course, we have political systems, we have economic systems that create a network to help these people. But I mean, if you look at some of the examples that were just mentioned in the anthropological studies presented in this wonderful panel, I think you can see that these societies have their capacities of their own as well, in a way. The problem is the attribution and the clear separation that I find in many of the reports between people who are rich, and therefore we assume these societies generally are less vulnerable to climatic changes compared with the others. And that creates many problems, not reflecting, for example, about the problem of lowering capacities for the rich countries to help adaptation processes in poorer countries because they do not calculate how much, or they do not take into account how much they themselves are strained, and their financial systems will be strained in the near future by adaptation as well as mitigation and transformations that they need to make themselves in their own societies. So there are feedback systems here that need to be coupled. And I think it's a dangerous way to start in many ways with the assumption, these generalized assumptions, which are very popular in the literature on climate migration, none in the room, but I guess everybody has come across this generalized assumption that there are clear distinctions between the vulnerable and the not so or non-vulnerable. I would really question that.
Thanks, and I think that became quite evident, especially of us, who work or live in Belgium or Germany, when we saw who the victims of the floods were. I think it's time to wrap up. It's 24 to 4, so I want to thank all panelists, Hélène, Jeremiah, and Catherine, for their presentations. Thanks a lot for discussions. And to those of you watching us from online, we shall be back in about 10 minutes from now, right?
Exactly.
At 3:45.
Thank you, Francois. Thank you so much. We'll reconvene at 45, 3:45.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we'll go back to business. We're going to move to our third roundtable, chaired by our colleague Lamia Khalidi, who is right now in the south of France, speaking from the south of France. Lamia, if you can hear us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. I'll hand you the floor immediately. The floor is yours for a third roundtable.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen, if that's possible.
Sure.
You have to unshare first.
Sorry. Yeah, my bad. There you go.
I don't know why I'm not able to. Oh, I see. Can you see the screen? Is that okay? Okay. So thank you to all present for joining us for this session on climate, migration across time. I want to thank Pierre and Fabrice for inviting me to step outside of my comfort zone and to chair this session. We have three distinguished speakers today. The first is Elena Czoplaki and Frans Maushagen, both based in Germany, and Ingrid Boas, based in the Netherlands. They will be talking about migration at different periods of time and at different scales. So I'll first introduce the session by touching upon some of the open questions Pierre proposed as possible topics, followed by an introduction of each speaker before each talk. So migration is a phenomenon that's synonymous with our genus Homo, as it's the reason that in over 4 million years of evolution, we have successfully dispersed over the entire Earth and dominated over all other species. The fields of paleontology and archaeology, to which I belong, remind us of our propensity towards migration, like many other species of the animal kingdom. But they also bring us face to face with who we are and how we began. However, this propensity also brings us face to face with those capacities that make us unique to the animal kingdom and have engendered a level of control over the Earth and its species that is unprecedented. And it translates positively into what we call society, culture, modernity, among others. But it also translates negatively into what we can no longer ignore, such as inequality, demographic boom, and anthropogenic climate change. Some of the most renowned human migrations identified by the many fields that deal with the human past include the many out of Africa migrations, which began after 2 million years ago, interspersed with more recent into Africa migrations, identified with the help of paleogenetics. The Neolithic Revolution, which began in the Near East 12,000 years ago, and within 6,000 years had diffused people, domesticates, and technologies all the way to Western Europe and parts of North Africa. What has been called the barbarian invasions of Germanic peoples, which began in antiquity, continuing into the Middle Ages, and which led in part to the fall of the Roman Empire and redefined the distribution of people in modern Europe. Or the expansion of Bantu speakers from West Africa, West and Central Africa, across much of sub-Saharan Africa between 3,000 and 2,000 years ago, which led to the absorption or replacement of pre-existing hunter-gatherer and pastoralist groups in the region, and et cetera, et cetera. So what all these have in common is the impossibility of dissociating them from climatic fluctuations. While climate was not necessarily the main impetus for these migrations, it played an important role, whether direct or indirect, in population movements. Throughout prehistory and history, population displacements were in large part to do with constraints or opportunities. And I think it's important to highlight opportunities here, as we have a tendency to see migration as a consequence of negative phenomena. So constraints or opportunities related to the environment, resources, social or demographic behaviors, economy and politics, but also to conflict, disease, and to natural and man-made catastrophes. Most often, it's a hodgepodge of all or many of the above, as they're often interrelated. What we've been talking about, these multi-causal reasons. So the question that arises then is, what about the climate forces, influences, facilitates, or invokes migration in the numerous migration events in the past or of the past? The terms ice age, climate change, global warming all insinuate perturbation of population and movement, and all are popularly used to explain massive disturbances in demography or social cohesion. So examples that come to mind are the hyper-arid Younger Dryas, where human occupation records are inexistent or rare on the African continent, and flight or extinction and a replacement of a Mesolithic population with a Neolithic one are often implied. Or the theory of the collapse of civilizations around the 4.2 hyper-arid period, which is equivalent approximately to 2200 BC in Akkadian Mesopotamia, in the Indus Valley, in the Egyptian Old Kingdom, and the Yangtze in China, also thought to have initiated the migration of Indo-European speakers into India. Conversely, it's been proposed that there's a correlation between out-of-Africa migrations in the last 300,000 years and the presence of sufficiently wet corridors. What's meant here is that there would have had to have been sufficient rainfall to survive continental migration, but sufficiently low sea levels for Homo sapiens to cross seas. So in effect, it isn't necessarily glacials or interglacials that induce movement, nor is it necessarily excessive precipitation or severe aridity. As we see in these few examples, humans have been extremely adaptable to just about any climate extreme, whether it be by retracting to oases and high altitude refugia, like here in the Bale Mountains of Ethiopia, building dams and inventing irrigation, etc. Rather, it may be the constraints or possibilities offered by important change within climatic cycles and unpreparedness or preparedness for that change that leads to movement. So in this session, we'll tackle climate migrations across time. For this, it's important to keep in mind that concepts of time are different relative to the field of study, the period of study, to an event, but also to its duration. For example, it's difficult to dissociate migration from its duration. Is it temporary, permanent, seasonal, or itinerant, local or long distance? The temporality is also inextricably linked to space through the act of displacement. How? On foot or pack animal, plane, boat, the places of displacement, geography, topography, territories, which determine this distance of this displacement, how far, and the time of migration. So, which is, in the case of population dispersal, such as out of Africa, can occur over hundreds of thousands of years. Or in the case of nomads, can be indefinite on the scale of the lifetime of an individual or a group. On a similar note, and as one of today's speakers, Elena Chuplaki, will surely discuss, scales and resolutions of temporality are one of the major obstacles to correlation of climate proxies with historical events such as migrations. And another obstacle that my team and I have highlighted in the work we're conducting on patterns of settlement and mobility of prehistoric lakeside communities in the Ethiopian Afar is that of the time lapse that can occur between fluctuations in precipitation and different forms of geomorphic, environment, and human reactivity and thresholds, making it difficult to precisely correlate the effects of climate on humans in the past, even with high-resolution data sets. So what this work has shown, however, is that at the level of a single basin, like in the case of Lake H.D.R here, that is extremely reactive to hydrological change or changes, humans have echoed that reactivity with high residential mobility along fluctuating shorelines and flexible multiple resource economies over a period of 12,000 years. So despite the recent tendency of rejecting environmental determinism and favoring perspectives that highlight human agency and the general modernist propensity to separate man from nature, what recent and exponential climate degradation is beginning to awaken, or I hope anyway, is a new wave of consciousness that as much as we've tried, we cannot dissociate humans from their environment, nor the environment from humans, and that human agency is in large part at fault for the dramatic degradation of our planet. The complexity of pinpointing when this actually began is reflected in current debates on the definition of the eponymous Anthropocene. However, it can be argued that humans have had an impact on the environment from the very beginning, and that the accumulation of this impact has brought us to this point of overdue climate epiphany. So today, we have three speakers who will discuss aspects of migration across time. Our first speaker is Dr. Elena Choplaki, who is a climate scientist, currently acting head of the climatology, climate dynamics, and climate change research group at Justus Liebig University in Germany. Her expertise is on climate variability and change in the past, present, and future, with spatial focus on the greater Mediterranean area. She conducts multi and interdisciplinary research and promotes collaboration between the humanities and social sciences and the natural sciences on an international level. Today, she'll be presenting climate variations and the migration of the Turkoman nomads. So Elena, can you please join us?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, very good, because I'm not really sure about the network at the moment. So it might be that while I will be sharing my screen, I might have to turn off the video because I think it is not really carrying all the way. So thank you very much for the lovely introduction, and thank you very much also for giving me the opportunity to be here. And I'm really sorry that I cannot make it throughout the whole meeting, but I will try to do as much as I can for this panel. So I will share my screen. Which should be.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elena, I just saw that you changed your title.
Yeah, it was very last minute, right?
A little last minute.
Tiny bit. Yes, I know. I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry. But I did have to, can you see my screen or?
Yes, yeah. Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, but you don't see the inlet of the.
No.
Oh, excellent, great. Because I have only one screen and I'm not sure how it really works. So thank you very much once again for having me with you in this opportunity. I did change the title, and I thought that would make a nice contribution when I could discuss 3 different events in time where climate and on climate and related population movement. These events do come from 3 different works that we have prepared in the last years, as you can see in the lower part of the slide. So before presenting you these 3 events, I will discuss a bit more on the material and the methodological challenges that we are facing during when we do interdisciplinary work. So the majority of those methodological challenges is connected with the material that is used, the approaches that are applied, the ability to bridge dynamics across scales, and the interpretation concept. All those can lead to incorrect identification of the cause, of the magnitude, the timing, and the character of past climate changes, and misidentified causal mechanisms and factors. Many problems stem from the challenge of integrating data and knowledge between mutually unfamiliar academic disciplines with different practices, standards of evidence, inferential networks, and approaches, and to uncertainty. To overcome those, one should consult with scholars in scientific and social scientific and humanistic disciplines, or even better, to create these, to form these conciliant teams where each one of the members has an equal role in imagining, designing, and undertaking a project. In this way, complexities in both natural and social systems are fully accounted. Climate reconstructions are carefully investigated. Both paleoenvironmental and historical evidence is critically assessed and interpreted, and analytical tools are used to identify complex and potentially non-linear links between climatic and social change. And finally, and most important for us, as uncertainties are fully addressed. So let me go to the first event I would like to describe, and this is bringing us to the medieval Byzantium, where the society was dependent on agriculture and cereal cultivation as the main calorie intake source, and therefore was affected by weather and climate variability through the agricultural output as well as the tax income. When we look into this medieval Byzantium, and we have a look into the 20th century and Anatolia, following the Turkish conquest and occupation of the Anatolian plateau, and for almost the entire 12th century, paleoclimate records in the Eastern Mediterranean point to drier conditions almost everywhere, indeed, across the Byzantine Empire. Proxy information tells us as well that, that we do have an important decline in agricultural production, which occurred in Anatolia well before the beginning of the 12th century. In this frame, the invasion of the Seljuks and the migration of the Turkoman nomads into central Anatolia after 1071 appear to have caused a serious retrenchment in the established economic system, while at the same time as these events were taking place, the region had also to cope with reduced rainfall. Interestingly, whereas there is this clear decline in the cultivation, cereal cultivation over much of Anatolia, when we're looking into pollen data from the Nar Lake, for example, the annually resolved data show only very small scale and short-term fluctuations in cereal pollen. This could suggest that the impact of both climate as well as human activity depended on local environmental conditions, agricultural practices, and the nature of local social organization. And finally, the open question on whether the Seljuk expansion into the Middle East may have been encouraged by particularly cool climatic conditions over Central Asia in the early 11th century stays hold. There are indications that something like this may have happened. However, it has not been clearly demonstrated that climate was as important, as significant for the Seljuk invasion of Anatolia, and more research is required in this direction. Let me go to the second event, the late 16th Ottoman crisis. The historical evidence that we have on this event is that it was a major crisis that was triggered by multiple environmental and human stressors. It was followed by protracted and intermittent recovery, and that in terms of population, agricultural production, political stability, and military power. At that time, a major source of the empire's resilience was its size. However, the growth of the empire, the continuous growth of the empire, generated vulnerabilities both at household and imperial scales by shrinking the per capita agricultural production, while the large urban areas and the major military campaigns generated larger demands on resources and dependence on an extraordinary taxation and requisitions. The Ottoman system of resource, labor, and military mobilization was able to bounce back when small impacts were occurred. However, increasingly risked systemic breakdown in the face of multiple and larger shocks. In this frame, Anatolia and the Southern Balkans that led to harvest, Historical sources refer to periodic cold and dry weather conditions that were connected with local harvest failures and resource shortages. Combined with cold winters, it likely contributed to the outbreak also of a major epizoonotic, probably a rinderpest, while these cold winters were followed by a major drought in 1591 to 1596. In this context, imperial demands for sheep from depleted rural flocks triggered a provincial revolt in Anatolia known as the Belali Rebellion. Unusually cold winters and variable precipitation continued into the first decade of the 17th century. Positive feedback between famine, violence, population displacement, and mass migration and infectious disease led to population losses of about 50% or even more in parts of the empire between 1580s and 1630s. When we move to the third event, we go a little bit more to the east, to China, not much later than the previous period we were talking about. We know that in the early 17th century, a weakened East Asian monsoon provoked cooling and droughts that repeatedly ruined harvests across Ming China and the neighboring Jurchen polity. The Jurchen polity was first affected by drought and adapted to these conditions by plundering grain and other supplies from regions along the Chinese and Korean borders. Meanwhile, droughts grew more severe in China. Food scarcity contributed to famine, starvation, and banditry that the corrupted Ming dynasty could not control. In the period between 1638 to 1643, that polity then, that was known at that time as the Manchu polity, intensified its raids as drought worsened in China. Eventually, these armies migrated to the south, overthrew the Ming state, and declared the new Qing dynasty. Millions died in the dynastic transition, but for the Manchu military leaders, climate variability had provided lucrative opportunities at the cost of migrating and adopting new modes of life. As is shown in this example, mobility often fostered resilience to climate change, whether it involved the circulation of commodities or the mass movement of people. Transformative adaptations that culminated in migration could be particularly effective when they exploited the failure of authorities to respond to climate change. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena. I think we'll move on to the next speaker and leave the questions for last. So our next speaker, our second speaker is Franz Malsagen from the University of Belgium. He's a senior lecturer in history with expertise in environmental and climate history and early modern media history. In 2014, he was Carson Fellow at the Carson Center for Environment and Society of the LMU in Munich, working on a book entitled The Climatological Revolution of the 18th Century. Franz's research focuses on the history of climate, natural hazards, and adaptation to environmental risks. This includes the history of climatology, on which his RCC project is focused. More recently, he's also worked on great transformations in history and their implications for future ecological transition. Franz is also one of the founders of the International Society for Historical Climatology and Climate History. So I'll turn the podium over to you, Franz. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I need to unmute, sorry. Thank you very much also for your wonderful introduction, Lamia. I hope the screen is visible now.
It is.
It is a short presentation of a short case study of climate variability and immigration from 19th century Württemberg. And first, let me put this case study into context. I also published on climate migration in a broader world history perspective within the framework of one of the chapters of the Palgrave Handbook of Climate History, which is based on research which was carried out in a project which I had luckily between 2010 and 2014, funded by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research on climates of migration, climate and change and environmental migration in history. There are two reasons why I wanted to point this out. First of all, this is also one of the case studies from this framework, although most of the material is unpublished yet. But secondly, I wanted to point out that, looking at this from a broader perspective, also highlights some of the reductionisms that we are kind of involved with if we look at climate migration from the current perspectives and questions raised by global warming. Usually in this context, we are almost without questioning it, or at least many people do that. Many researchers we are not questioning the approach from pull-push models. And I think one of the advantages of looking at climate migration from a broader perspective, broader historical perspective, is seeing that climate occurs in many positions, also in ideological ways, or in a history of ideas perspective of being involved in migratory processes. Just let me illustrate this by one example before I return to the traditional push-pull question, which is involved with the case study here. One of the examples illustrating my point is that obviously part of the transatlantic forced migration from Africa in the context of the transatlantic slave trade was partly motivated and officially legitimized by climatic reasons, saying or stating that Africans were pre-adapted to working in plantations, particularly in tropical and subtropical regions. This is obviously different from what we understand as climate migration, thinking in push-pull context, but obviously as well, climate arguments played a huge role in legitimizing this process, and the broader historical case studies should also take notice of this. So I'm returning to the more, modern, case study oriented perspective. And first, let me raise and frame this case study again by raising some of the questions. Why is it interesting? What are the challenges? Some of the challenges that I was confronted with were already mentioned, luckily, by Elena Zoplaki, and I'm very happy you mentioned some of them, which I didn't put in my paper. So please count all of what Elena said before on the challenges in, they also apply to this case. First of all, it's a local study as opposed to the more global studies that I was mentioning earlier. Secondly, it is, which obviously raises specific challenges with regard to the attribution. How can we attribute climate in this context as a role, playing a role in this context? Secondly, it's a longitudinal study. I'm not just looking at one case, I'm looking at a series of cases in the first half of the 19th century, more precisely into the 1860s. And I will focus here on the transition from the agrarian to a more industrialized part of Germany. A lot of this is in the paper and also discussed in the paper what exactly this means. Then I would like to point out, this is interesting because there are parallel transitions, which I think are understudied in the field of climate history, which is one of the fields I've been obviously around for quite a while now, like Elena and many other colleagues. So it's understudied, and for specific reasons for this field, we usually tend to have a pre-modern focus. And because climate history is so much involved with reconstructing climates for the pre-instrumental period, we often don't look at this transition from the modern or pre-modern to the modern period, or what is generally called like this. But this is exactly what this case study is about, the parallel transition from the Little Ice Age to global warming, which parallels the industrial transition, which is very interesting because there's dynamism in the society which needs to be taken account of with regard to vulnerabilities, resilience, etc. And my fourth point I wanted to point out here is particular challenges. Climate data obviously are always a challenge because we're still for most part of the 19th century, early 19th century, in a period with very relatively few measurements. There have been attempts, or actually there are ongoing attempts which will change the climatology of the late Little Ice Age period from 1718 onwards, particularly in Europe, due to the Data Rescue Initiative going back to Phil Jones's work. And obviously we have incomplete information. That's another problem on migration and people's motives, and kind of have to deal with this as historians. That has to be pointed out. And of course, we have a lack of economic data in many cases. Here is a brief survey of the case studies and the interesting peaks of migration, which can be identified. Just briefly, let me point out what this graph says. It's based on 3 databases for migration. None of them is complete. The most important one is by the Landesarchiv Baden-Württemberg. It was provided for our project. It's about 250,000 entries, which is quite a lot, but by far not the full number of migrants from Baden-Württemberg throughout the 19th century. You see that the destinations vary over time considerably, very much focusing from the early 19th century to the later 19th century, from multiple destinations to basically North America. And you can see some of the peaks which I looked at in the study, and I will focus with regard to the attribution problem. How does this link with climate on the most and best researched case of the 1816-17 known period, or 18 period continues in 1818 as well, the peak migration, and this period is known as well, connected with the Mount Tambora volcanic explosion and the year without a summer in 1860. A key to understanding the links between these climate variabilities, or extremes in this case, and society are grain prices. We are still in Baden-Württemberg very much in a rural society, and as Elena already pointed out, the same mechanisms here apply in the 1816, 17 case. Harvests are going down. Württemberg is far behind in the transition to industrialism in this early period in the early 1800s. But you can see the general picture here of raising prices for other parts of Germany. So it is very much the same picture almost everywhere, rising prices. But that only underlines that the vulnerability of the majority of migrants coming from Württemberg is higher because due to poor people, mostly peasants working in the, or farmers working in the agricultural sector, which is clearly dominant in Württemberg. I mentioned Mount Tambora as the background, and now for attribution, actually volcanism is very important. How do we link such a case study with the big concept of the Little Ice Age? I don't have the time to elaborate further on the question, what was the Little Ice Age? What do we know about it today? There's been some recent controversy if we should even use this term. It is so established that I think we won't get rid of it. But I think for the late Little Ice Age period that I'm talking about here, at least for this period 1780 to 1820, there are some interesting links with the general external forcings. And the most obvious link, certainly as you can see here in the graph below, C shows it. C shows the solar forcing as one of the external forcing factors, and obviously volcanic forcing. The volcanic events are shown here as the blue markers going down with these radiative forcing mechanisms. I also looked at La Nina and Nina variability and how it converges with temperature variability for Europe. That's the curve you see in graph number D. And up there, another way to contextualize in graph number A, to contextualize Württemberg, is to see the broader European picture, which also shows a peak in 1816 to 18, not just in Württemberg, but in many other countries with regard to immigration. So I think what it shows is the opportunity of having a coincidence of these migration events and the harvest failures that you see in Württemberg and many other places in Europe and around the world, actually, with the Tambora eruption, really gives a relatively good way of attributing the local with the global, and in that case, the global developments of climate. We know today one of the schemes that belongs to the definition of the Little Ice Age is, besides solar forcing, the most important factor in defining the forcings, external forcings of the Little Ice Age, obviously, is volcanism and higher volcanic activities in the particularly colder periods of the Little Ice Age. So this is a way to make the connection work better. Now going to the next slide, more specifically to Europe. This is a slide I use from a study by Pfister and Jörg Luterbacher, published in 2015, underlines this for the European picture. Obviously, as a result of volcanism, there are very specific differences, still regional differences. The global impacts vary by region. The European impacts are very well studied, as you can see here. I don't have the time to go into detail. Another case study is, in the paper, is dedicated to the 1845 to 1853 crisis, which also coincides with the European revolutions of 1848. And there's just one thing I wanted to point out here. In that case, still harvest failures, high prices, grain prices, and particularly the failure of the potato harvest, which struck Württemberg in particular, is very meaningful for the impact that the crisis of the late 1840s made on emigration from Württemberg. These factors are, you will find in the paper, but the thing I wanted to point out is that there's also contemporary perceptions of these contexts. As you can see here in a report which I came across in the Louisiana archives, which I went to in 2012 to study some of these contexts. And J. Hanno Deiler from the German community in the city of New Orleans, which has a long tradition going back even to the founding years of New Orleans in 1718 to 20. He points this out very nicely in this quote, which you can see here. I won't read it to you, but it also states that obviously the weather played a huge role in the immigrations from Germany. And obviously the German community, that's the background to this statement here, was very interested in catching some of these migrators and motivate them to choose Louisiana and particularly New Orleans as a destination. So there is contemporary perceptions of these connections, but they are always based on, well, the early agrarian societies. So to wrap up, I don't think I need to wrap up too much of the statistical elements. Just maybe what it confirms, this study, is there's, I think, good connect with a typical pattern of the Little Ice Age, the volcanic eruptions as one of the patterns that drive Little Ice Age climate, particularly the cooler periods of what actually coined the name or gave reason to coining the name Little Ice Age in the first instance. But I wanted to point out the character of the study once more. It is a Little Ice Age type forcing that we see here. It's a local study. It's still dealing with a really rural economy in transition, and its specific circumstances that are involved in any of these peak migrations. Now, the question I want to leave open perhaps for the discussion is how to translate these complex results and historical studies with regard to a completely different period, completely different from global warming driven by anthropogenic causes. How do we translate these results into something meaningful, particularly in the context of policymakers once again? This is a question I was confronted with in the project. I guess it will come up in the discussion anyway, and at least I hope. And so far, so good. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Hans. It's just come to my attention that Dr. Choplaki needs to leave in about 15 minutes. So if anybody does want to direct any questions to her before we move on, or to her and Franz, please do so. Does anyone have questions? No?
Yeah, if I may, hello, I'm Dr. Milok. Thank you for your presentation. I guess this is a methodological issue for Dr. Koplaki and Dr. Maushagen. It's really about the methodology of when you're looking at these very, very long time scales, how can you separate demographic trends from migration rates? And I'm just curious, if you could elaborate on that, because even on current data that I look at, a couple of decades in modern times, we have a problem getting at approximate migration rates, adjusting for mortality and so on. So it would be interesting to hear, you working on historical data, how you can separate what are demographic trends from pure migration.
May I answer that? Is, for me as a climatologist, that is a very difficult question to respond and say, yes, this is exactly the case. So on the one side, we are not working on very long time series, especially in the last two cases where the description of the migrations were there. We were talking no more than 3 decades or even less. And I would trust the colleagues, historians, who would name them as migration and not demographic changes. You see, this is the way of, in the form of collaboration between different disciplines. This is the mutual trust on the expertise of the other colleagues is what makes us go forward. So I could not give you a very detailed answer because I do not have it, but I do not know, possibly Franz has something more specific.
Well, I think over the long term, I think the question is totally justified. Over the long term, it's often difficult to make these differences. For the case study I was looking into for this conference on Württemberg, it's not too difficult to say because there were records kept by the Württemberg government. There were questionnaires, and obviously Friedrich List was known as a Prussian administrator who went to Württemberg for reasons of curiosity to ask people for reasons why they migrate and where to migrate. So the destinations are actually well recorded in the case. So the percentages of the destinations that were attributed on these in this first graph that I showed are based on questionnaires, and we can sometimes even follow the routes of individual migrants and people from, say, Württemberg on to Amsterdam, sometimes, by the way, also back to Marseille, and then to certain places, say, if it was transatlantic, to concrete destinations somewhere in North America. So in that sense, it's a lot of detailed work that has to be done. But luckily, a lot of historical migration scholars have done that, most of that work decades ago. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a question in the chat. Should we ask it from Gilles right now? I guess it's for both for Franz and And Elena, Gilles is asking if the little ice age lasts some centuries, why the migration occurred so late? He's talking about the correlation you made with the Tambora eruption. Why is there this kind of difference in the timing between the migration and the long-lasting little?
Well, I think this is perhaps a misperception that I created by focusing on this last period of the Little Ice Age. I did that for strategic reasons, because data are much better than for any other period in that over that entire over the entire period of the Little Ice Age. By some datings, well, the conventional dating you find in the IPCC reports is 1450 to 1800. Most scholars in the historical climatology field work with rough dates, say around 1300 to 1850. But there are peaks and ups and downs, and the data for certain countries and for certain parts of the world are better than for others, and particularly in Europe, where populations are being registered more frequently from the Enlightenment period onwards, roughly from the Enlightenment period onwards, also improves the situation for migration studies. So we know very general things about migration movements, but the estimates are very crude for earlier periods when these records, population records, were not available. But for later periods, we actually have relatively, though still very incomplete, but relatively reliable records. That makes the difference and creates this focus. There are earlier migration movements during the Little Ice Age. I just didn't focus on these earlier examples, you know? That's the answer I have to this question, but maybe there's a follow-up question.
Elena, did you want to rebound on that?
I wanted it to support even, not rebound, I wanted to support what Franz was just saying, and just adding that we have seen till now that climate is a very important factor, but we cannot say that this is the one and only factor for migration, for other impacts, for changes in societies. Why at the end? Why after Tambora? Could very well be that the conditions, the societal conditions were at that point that the Tambora eruption and the very difficult climatic conditions for agricultural and societies were the turning point. And this is why the migration then happened then and not before. And exactly as also Franz said, the closer we come to the present, the more information we have, and we can discuss with much more certainty the causality, which is indeed the most important issue that we are dealing with. And we cannot say that we are certain about this causal relationship between climate and environmental conditions and societal changes.
Thank you to both of you. Does anybody else have a question for Elena, or should we, otherwise we'll move on, possibly? Okay. So our next speaker today, and I'm sorry, Ingrid, is Ingrid Boas. So Dr. Boas is an associate professor at the Environmental Policy Group of Wageningen University in the Netherlands. Since 2007, Ingrid works on the subject of environmental change and human mobility, focusing on dimensions of governance, securitization, and human geography. She's also advised and worked with the UN, NGOs, and the Dutch government on the subject of climate change and human migration. Her latest research project was on environmental mobility in the digital age, and her new research project will be on climate change related to mobility in borderland contexts. I'll pass the podium on to you, Ingrid.
All right, thanks. So if I stand here, you can see me, right, as well?
Yep.
And they can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll do that. So my presentation will be a bit different, I guess, to the previous two, but hopefully we can find some links later. So we'll be on the diversification of pastoralist herding, navigating social climatic risk via mobile technologies. So first, some general context in which this study is based. So it's based within a larger sort of field of research that tries to move beyond the conception that climate change causes fundamental new types of human migrations, and that this migration is per se emergency-like, though it can be. I guess when I entered the field, I started more from this conception as it being something per se exceptional and out of the ordinary and per se fully new. But then when more and more doing case studies myself, doing somewhat more human geography type of work, and learned the situation is much more messy and complex in practice. So basically, within this broader perspective, which we also sometimes call climate mobility, so some other colleagues, we try to instead pay attention to the ways in which climate mobility is enmeshed within everyday and mundane type of mobility, such as this picture also tries to exemplify. I hear myself, I think, right? I hear some,
no, that's Gilles, I think.
Some noise.
It's okay. Yeah.
And also it tries to pay attention to the ways in which climate mobility is co-shaped by political and economic, but also by historical factors and by other social material processes such as urbanization or digitalization. So the case study I'm focusing on looks into this pluralization of the relation between climate change and human mobility. And I do so with a case study on pastoralist herding in Kenya and Laikipia specifically. So this is a case in which is very clear that the mobility in question is not something fully exceptional or out of the ordinary, except instead pastoralism has been going on for centuries, and moving in the context of the environment has been the norm, looking for a better pasture with livestock. But also in the context of this panel, of course, the situation is not fixed, but also evolves over time. So I paid in particular attention to these more recent dynamics, such as climate change, the role of the digital urbanization, and how that relates to the more historical practices of movement and ways of exchanging information. And how this together leads to new forms of mobilities, or reshaped forms of mobilities, put it that way. So in that sense, oh no, I should say a bit more about community. So I focus on the Laikipia Maasai, who reside in an area where there used to be a lot of settlers during colonial times. And at the moment, there are still a lot of, can I take this off actually? Yeah, it would help actually to breathe. Where there's still a lot of private landowners who own large pieces of land. So in that sense, the case also looks into colonial legacies and subsequent state administrations, and how the land restrictions they pose actually also create barriers for the indigenous communities to cope with changes such as climate change. As, for instance, Laikipia Maasai have quite limited space to go and graze, to look for pasture with their cattle. So it's about these interactions and dynamics. And in particular, I want to focus as well on the digital context, as many of the people I met at least have basic phones, but increasingly people, especially the youth also have smartphones, and even though a large group still cannot read or write, they also use, for instance, WhatsApp groups to share pictures or voice messages. In such cases, and they also bring the phones along when they move and go with their livestock, for instance, in cases of drought, looking for better pasture, and then they bring their phones, and usually the mobile basic phones, because they have better batteries, last longer, but also bring the smartphones and use them now and then, and bring extra batteries and all these kind of things. So to jump straight into the findings for sake of time. So one of the key practices I found shaping the decision-making of pastoralists when having to move in cases of drought or excessive rain is information gathering. And that traditionally has been called Syrian, which is a trust-based idea of that you share information, share news when you meet other pastoralists along the way, that you tell the other that you meet how the pasture is on that side or other information you know. So that is the main mechanism to share information on where to go and to shape decision-making on where to move with livestock. But now with the phone also being there, you see that these practices become somewhat reshaped. So for instance, there was a family I've been with and I did a lot of interviews with, in which the father of the family, so the oldest member, in the drought of 2017, went with the cattle to one of the private ranches. Usually at night, and during the day they would stay outside because they're rangers and controls, because they don't want them inside of the private ranches with the cattle eating the grass, because the wildlife are in the ranches. And then they gather and share information and strategies. And nowadays they also then call in with others who didn't join. For instance, in this case with his son, who is a high school teacher. And who then also, because he is high educated, is in a lot of WhatsApp groups, getting a lot of other information about the wider context and the regional context, sharing information on perhaps another place they could move to. The father would then still be somewhat skeptical about this information, because it's not directly from a trust-based source. So in that sense, it also helps if there are, if it's combined with a physical and visual sort of assessments, as he's used to look at how the grass looks like, what kind of sounds the goats make, or the position of the stars. So what the son would then do is, for instance, send pictures of how the pasture is at his home, at the homestead, so that the father could see and make decisions on whether it would be time and good enough to go back home with the cattle. He himself won't have a smartphone, but for instance, he had a hired shepherd with him who did have a smartphone, so this was a way. Or they would share videos. Oh, I see a very strange video of myself. But anyways, of this, for instance, these are the locusts that was there in you know, eating the grass in the time I was there. And these videos were often shared so that people knew where they were. So knew where not to go, for instance, with the cattle. And then another example is what I call a short distance livestock keeping. What you also saw, another dynamic, was because of these restrictions with land access, that there was actually limited areas where the Maasai could move to. It was also difficult to sustain having a sort of a large number of livestock. And on top of that, there was a lot of uncertainty about about, because of the extreme weather and changes and fluctuations, about decisions on which seasons is good to move and which seasons you could stay at the homestead. And also, as this quote shows in relation to climate change, one pastoralist said, things are turned up. You can get heavy rains, which are like a new situation to us. You can get rains in January, which are a new situation to us. You can get rain in June or July, and we'll skip the usual rains of August and October. So you just get rain when you're not expecting it. We used to stock a lot of cattle towards October, but now things have changed and we just fear to stock. So because of a different set of reasons, but also climate change, and there's been a transition towards sheep, but also a lot of goats, because they're somewhat more resilient with a more drought, dry climate, and you have to move less far with them. But that means a more sort of micro managing of the livestock. And again, the mobile phone is playing a role in that. That you see that the Moran, which are the younger men of the community or the warriors, they are sort of controlling the borders of their community and have a WhatsApp group to exchange information when other pastoralist groups are entering. And sometimes this is actually also coming with guns and these type of things. Or it's the elderly community who have a WhatsApp group when they are managing a particular grazing site that should be restored, that you cannot enter, which has been there for a long time. It's a sort of a real institution that they have used for a very long time to restore grazing sites. But this is becoming more important now. The mobility of the livestock is so local. And again, they use then WhatsApp groups to make pictures of those who trespass and enter, to give warnings and fines. So in that sense, there's also sort of a digital surveillance sort of emerging on this more local scale. And then there is also a case of what I call virtual herding. Again, because of the uncertainties related to the changing climate, that it's just difficult to plan and live with livestock, and how to manage that becomes increasingly uncertain livelihoods in that sense. But there's also urbanization going on. A lot of the youth just want to go to school or want to go to university, for instance. But at the same time, they also want to keep having some livestock, and they also get their identity from being a pastoralist and from having livestock. So they want to sort of combine these lifestyles. So here, this is a picture of quite a successful businessman in Nairobi, who still has 3 herds back in, quite large herds back in Laikipia, managed by hired shepherds. And he's via the phone, he keeps in constant contact with him. So when I met with him, he's constant on the phone with him about, for instance, issues like medicine or situations of conflict, but also to strategize about next directions to move in case of a very cold climate, or when it was dry, and what to do next. So the mobile phone, in a way, allowed him to have these different types of lifestyles combined.
Ingrid, we're going to need to wrap up soon.
Oh, okay. Then there's this case also on politics using that via WhatsApp, but I'll skip that then. So to conclude, so digital technologies in that sense do not merely support or drastically change pastoralist herding, but they do sort of pluralize and extend how pastoralists navigate restrictions and change. And mainly, even though we see people are shifting away from the traditional mobile lifestyles, the digital exchanges allow them sort of to remain mobile, even though in a different sense, for instance, combined with urban and rural lifestyles, or to be present in the livestock keeping, though on a more virtual scale. That's it then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. I guess we'll open the floor to questions then. I don't know how much time we actually have left. I got kind of sidetracked.
Yeah, we can about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Yeah, perfect.
Question.
Cathy has a question in the room.
Yeah.
Sure. If there are online questions,
yeah, we'll let you know if there are. If you can sit on the presenter's chair,
yeah,
that's the best option.
Yeah.
So thank you for your presentation, Ingrid. I had a question, but maybe it's outside of the scope of your project, but it's really interesting, the linkages between new technology, phone technology, and migration incentives. So there are two theories. You know, having a phone could help you adapt in situ, and that would reduce migration because you could optimize your strategies when the weather changes. Then the other theory is that having the phone gives you access to images, you know, of life in the city, and you know, also networking and job opportunities, so that would increase the incentives for migration. So the net effect is uncertain. So I don't know whether you have explored that in some other related work maybe, or if you have ideas on that. Just in particular, what we could expect from phone technology, mobile phone technology, and migration incentives in this context.
Well, you can just stay here if you want to follow. You can just come right here.
Yeah. So no, I have not explored that question. I've been less interested in, per se, examining the net effects on migration, more interested in how it's reshaping particular practices that again influence mobility decisions or identities of the pastoralists. So I was sort of less interested in the end whether it causes more or less migration. But I do see what you mean. I guess overall, especially with the youth, it seems to be more sort of attracting to also go study, go elsewhere, but in the same time it's also enabling them to have the connection with those who are still back home, and also see pictures of how it is back home. So in that sense, I think it's very hard to make a big statement on that, because I think it goes both ways. So when you're away, you see the picture of how is it back home, and you miss it when you're away. But if you're just home and you're a bit bored, and you see all the excitement that's going on in the city, yeah. So I guess it goes both ways, and I have not studied it myself in that way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Lamia, did you want to ask something to Ingrid, or I think Franz is still with us. If anyone wants to ask Franz something, questions in the room. Do you have a question?
Sure. I mean, I've been talking a lot.
You're very welcome. Come to the front as usual.
Hi, thank you again.
You can speak.
Okay. Thank you. I guess the question is for both of you, but Franz, at the beginning of your talk, you sort of alluded to climate change or climate as being a sort of measurable phenomenon of meteorology, but it's also it being an ideology. And I wanted to ask, in both of your cases, in the Kenyan shepherders and in the migrants from Württemberg, to what extent there's an awareness of a process of climate change, especially I'm particularly curious about in the 19th century, because it does seem to me that in the 19th century there was a kind of an awareness. I know that French colonials thought that Algeria was had been much greener in the days of Rome. Turns out that they probably were incorrect about this, but they had these beliefs that climate could change over time. And so I just wondered, to what extent your subjects are thinking about climate in terms of something that can change, and if that factor is necessary for attribution. That is to say, if you need if awareness of the phenomenon of a changing climate is necessary for us to be able to sort of draw more of a causal connection to using climate to explain a migration historically. Thanks.
Really a complex question, so let me try to be short on it, as short as possible. First of all, I studied this both on the history of science level as well as on the perception level in the context of the Württemberg migration a little bit. First of all, I think one thing we need to keep in mind about the things that you mentioned, the role of climate in general discourse, that there's a huge difference in understanding of the climate between the early 19th century and say the later 19th century and the 20th century. And that difference is in that climate is not even a scientific concept, any meaningful scientific concept before the mid 18th century. It's often misunderstood. People trace climate as a concept back to Aristotle and Hippocrates. And if you look up the Greek texts, they don't even mention the word. And actually in the classical Greek understanding, climate is not the overarching causal network that we understand by climate today, defining the distribution of heat and precipitation, etc., on the Earth, and then also on the local level. This is a modern concept, and it emerges in the second half of the 18th century. And interestingly, it emerges from the first anthropogenic climate change discourse that there was, and that was in the colonial context. It started in the 17th century, coming from the old Theophrestian idea, which was a pupil of Aristotle, that European colonizers started thinking about modifying local weather conditions, mostly through deforestation and by working the land. Before you can work the land and the fields, you have to deforest. And that's a big issue, particularly in North America. So they started deforesting and developing this into a broader theory of manipulating the climate. At the time, the climate term became filled with a modern meaning, which you can see in the second half of the 18th century. And that's actually quite important for some of the discourse that was going on in the early 19th century. But if you go to the perception level of the people who actually decided they would migrate, there's a huge problem of making any connect here with Tambora and the volcanic eruptions, because in the early 19th century, where there was no scientific understanding of the connections between volcanism and the potential global effects that sulfate aerosols would cause through the stratosphere and by blocking the sunlight. There was no understanding of this. So in that sense, yes, there was certainly a perception of the role of Tambora in local migrations in Indonesia, because that was mostly due to the ashfall that came and was regionally even more important in the islands of Sumbawa in Indonesia, where the explosion occurred, more of even a stronger impact than the climatic follow-ups. But beyond that, there was no connect between Tambora, the eruption, climate, and what happened locally, say in Württemberg or any other place in Germany, in Europe, or in North America. So in that sense, making this link wasn't an issue. But the question is really important, because as soon as we can make the link, and particularly as soon as we can think of ourselves making a change of this natural system we call climate, the game, the entire political game, the options of taking action change. And obviously in the early 19th century, certainly for the migrants that came from Württemberg and decided to go in various places, this was not an option. Yeah. So in that sense, it does make a huge change whether we think there is a connection with climate and our understanding of the mechanisms. This impacts our capacity to act, agency. So agency, I think, is something to really look more closely in this, and particularly the way science is involved in this.
Thank you, Franz, and thank you, everybody. I think we're going to have to close down this this session so that you can have a coffee break. So thank you for everyone's contributions, and we'll see you again in what, 10 minutes?
yeah, let's say at 5:20 Paris time.
Yeah, 5:20.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
15 minutes.
Thank you, Lamia. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Lamia. And see you at 5:20.
Okay. So, donc ça marche. Good afternoon, everyone here and online. I am Serge Janico. I am a climate scientist. I'm working at IRD, which is the Institute of Research for Development. And I'm sharing the this last session on the Pourquoi ça marche pas là? Okay. Sorry, on the future of climate migration. So I will do an introduction talk. In fact, the future of climate migration as seen by climate scientists. And then we will have 3 speakers. I will come back more in details at the end of my introduction talk. And finally, we will have a session of discussion. Okay, so as I don't know quite nothing about the future of climate migration, I've had some readings, and I've got this definition from International Organization for Migration of environmental migrant, which are persons or a group of persons, predominantly for reasons of sudden or progressive change in the environment that affects their lives or living conditions, are obliged to leave their home or choose to do so, either temporarily or permanently, and who move either within their country or abroad. And I've got also another sentence from the Brownswell report that was presented this morning. That is, the scale of climate migration will ramp up by 2050 and then accelerate unless constant climate and development action is taken. So a lot have been said and discussed this morning and this afternoon about the climate change migration nexus. So what I wanted to do is to share with you some of the recent results of the last IPCC report, which was published in August, and show you some results which might have some impact on habitability and migration conditions. So what we know is that the climate change is already present and active everywhere. This is not a climate crisis. This is a long-term evolution, an irreversible evolution of the climate change, and leading us towards an unknown drifting climate with strong inertia, for instance, for ocean and cryosphere compartment. And we know, of course, that the anthropic activities are mostly responsible of this warming. Another statement of our IPCC report is the status of the emergency of the situation. That is, it is still possible to limit this warming well under 2 degrees Celsius, but this needs and consider that every fraction of degree, every year, and every action is counting. So we know for that our future climate will depend on the level of emission of greenhouse gases. And that has been studied in a lot of papers and gathered in the different IPCC reports through common experiments of representative concentration pathways of these emissions, and these emissions are controlled by different shared socioeconomic pathways. So our future depend on us and on the choices that will be done by society. So some results. First, if we are considering the progressive evolution of climate, this is a representation of the distribution of temperature anomalies and precipitation anomalies for 3 increments of temperature for 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, and 4 degrees. And what we can see is that with every increment of this global warming, changes get larger at regional scales. This is shown here for the mean temperature. You see the highest temperature increase over the continent, and also for precipitation in the bottom. And you see, for instance, for precipitation, that some signal, for instance, over sub-Saharan Africa of dipole anomalies of precipitation is already present for with the weakest increment, and is increasing with this increment. It is the same if we consider the occurrences of extreme weather events. For instance, the occurrences of heat waves or storms and associated floods. And this, I will not go into detail of these representations, but what we can see that the projected changes in these extremes are larger both in frequency and intensity with every additional increment of global warming. Another issue which is important and quite new in this IPCC report is the occurrence of what is called the cumulative climate hazards. For instance, the association of heat waves with some drought episodes, some fire events, and water scarcity, or some association between precipitation anomalies and floods occurrences. This is a result from a paper of Mora and colleague, which shows on the right the fraction of the global population which is exposed to varying levels of cumulative climate hazards. So what is presented is the evolution of an integrated index of this cumulative climate hazards, and the colors along this century, and the colors represent the fraction of the population which is exposed to this value of this integrating index. And on the bottom, it is a stratification of this level of exposure depending on low-income countries in the red lines, or for the medium and high income countries for the 2 other lines. And we see very clearly that the low-income countries are more exposed than the other countries to such cumulative climate hazards. Another result from Mora again and his colleagues is the quantification of the direct risk of climate change in terms of health risk, and specifically in terms of lethal heat events. This is represented here. We know that in meteorological situation of which combines a high level of temperature and a high level of humidity, you have very unfavorable conditions for the body, and that could lead to some lethal heat events. The observations are represented by the black dots. On the right, you see the projections for the different RCP scenarios of the number of days per year above this daily thresholds, and we see very clearly that the countries located in the intertropical latitudes, people living there will be the most exposed to these dangerous situations, expositions. Finally, final information which is presented for the first time in the IPCC reports. It is called the low likelihood, high impact scenarios. That is what is usually present in these reports. And here you have an example for the sea level height evolution along this century. Is here the evolution of this sea level height relative to regarding the different RCP mean scenarios. But you see that you can also consider highest impact scenarios, including the fact that a lot of processes are not known or very badly simulated in the model. And for instance, this example is the scenario of a storyline including the ice sheet instability processes under the RCP 8.5. And then you see that we can get an evolution of the sea level height, which can be almost double from the classical, I would say, RCP 8.5 scenarios. And if you are looking toward the ends of the 23rd century, you see that you can get sea level height up to 15 meters. Okay, so to conclude, we can say that under climate change, there is a progressively greater pressure from long-term climate drift, which can be associated with extreme meteorological and climate events, which are becoming more intense and more frequent. We've noticed also the occurrence of more cumulative climate hazards, increasing the impact of population and society, and increasing the risk of exposures, especially for the intertropical countries. And the fact that the possibility of high impact scenarios that cannot be ruled out with high greenhouse gas emissions. If we want to characterize the best in the best possible way the range of the risk, climate risk, where population can have to cope. So the combination of this long-term drift and of extreme event occurrences is leading to a regime of extreme events recurrence against which society will have and will have to cope. And one question could be what resilience is possible for societies in such conditions and recurrence conditions. Okay, so I stop here, and now we can move to the three more specific talks. So the first one it will be given by Alassane Diallo. Adaptation to climate change through migration as a factor of sustainable development in developing countries. So Dr. Alassane Diallo is Associated Professor at University Amadou Mahtar Mbo in Dakar, in Senegal. He is also affiliated to the Haute École d'Économie et de Gestion, and also an associate researcher at Centre de Recherche en Économie de Grenoble in France, where he received his Ph.D. His research interests are migration studies, economics of climate change, development economics, sustainable development, and econometrics. And its geographical areas of expertise are Sub-Saharan Africa, Sahel, and Senegal. So I stop to share my screen. Perfect. And then,
thank you, Serge.
Alassane, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. I hear you very well.
The floor is yours. You can share your screen if you want.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Dear Chairman, it will be possible to make my presentation in French. Indeed, the last 10 days, I lost two close family members in an accident, and I was unable to do my slide and prepare my presentation in English.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem. So, Alassane, you can share your screen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, you can see it.
okay.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Ok, parfait. Désolé encore, hein, je vais faire ma présentation en français parce que j'ai rencontré pas mal de difficultés ces 10 derniers jours. Donc, je tenais vraiment à participer à ce workshop. Donc, ma présentation porte sur Adaptation to Climate Change through Migration as a Factor of Sustainable Development in Developing Countries. Donc, le papier ou la contribution se veut plus méthodologique. Et l'objectif, c'est de voir comment la migration peut contribuer aux facteurs de développement. Comme vous le savez, les migrations, d'une façon générale, impactent l'ensemble des aspects socio-économiques des conditions de vie des populations. Qu'elles soient internes ou internationales, on dit, il est prouvé que les migrations seraient un facteur de réduction de la pauvreté, en attestent les rapports de la Banque mondiale. Mais également, au fait, si on regarde de près, à travers les remittances, donc les migrations peuvent jouer sur la vulnérabilité des populations, donc réduire la vulnérabilité dans ce cas précis, et de ce fait, concourir à l'atteinte de certains des objectifs de développement durable. À cet effet, les externalités positives que peuvent générer les migrations seront mesurées à l'aune de certains des objectifs de développement durable. Et là, si on regarde, les migrations touchent l'ensemble des aspects des conditions de vie des populations, qu'elles soient socio-économiques, la production, la consommation, la distribution de la population, mais également qu'elles soient également sur les normes, parce qu'il y a ce qu'on appelle les transferts. Je vais y revenir tout à l'heure. Parce que si on regarde de très près, dans le débat entre migration et changement climatique, dans le débat, donc le nexus migration-développement était davantage focalisé sur ce qu'on appelle les transferts financiers et matériels, à travers principalement les potentiels des transferts de fonds des migrations d'une part, et ces fonds vont directement aux populations ou bien aux ménages, ce qui permet d'améliorer donc les conditions socio-économiques des populations à travers, donc je peux citer l'exemple d'éducation des enfants, c'est ce qui est observé au Sénégal avec les transferts de fonds des migrants, donc la réduction de la pauvreté, diversification des activités génératrices de revenus. À titre d'exemple, selon le dernier rapport de la Banque mondiale, si on prend les trois sources de financement extérieur des pays en développement, à savoir les envois de fonds des migrants, l'IDE ou encore l'aide au public au développement, les envois de fonds des migrants représentent peu ou pro les IDE et sont 3 fois supérieurs à l'aide publique au développement, donc ce qui en fait un levier important de développement. D'ailleurs, et si on regarde de très près également, c'est ce qui a motivé les objectifs de développement et les décideurs politiques, comme en atteste la tenue dans le cadre onusien de plusieurs conférences, dont la dernière en date était le Global Compact for Migration. Et parallèlement à ces flux aussi, les migrations aussi génèrent ce qu'on appelle des remises sociales. Et ces remises sociales aussi sont susceptibles de jouer sur les facteurs de développement durable. Je vais y revenir tout à l'heure. Et si on regarde, si on se focalise sur ces remises sociales, en fait, aussi bien les remises financières que celles sociales, elles auront des effets, ces remises auront des effets positifs sur le développement, uniquement si on met en place des politiques de gestion pertinentes. Et ces politiques de gestion pertinentes doivent être des politiques intégrées. les réponses doivent être envisagées à travers des approches qui sont multiniveaux, dans des approches qui sont multiniveaux, complètes et qui nécessitent une amélioration des connaissances, d'une part sur les migrations, donc les formes prises, qu'elles soient internes et internationales, proactives ou réactives, qu'elles soient temporaires ou définitives, mais également sur les lieux de départ et les lieux afin de mieux agir sur les facteurs explicatifs des migrations. Donc, si on est sur les migrations climatiques, on verra quel genre de réponse les États ou les collectivités pourront apporter pour réduire la vulnérabilité. Et enfin, sur les lieux d'accueil, c'est promouvoir le développement économique et l'intégration de ces migrants. D'ailleurs, la non-promotion des migrants climatiques va générer ce que j'ai appelé plus loin les coûts immédiats qui vont bloquer la mise en place de ces politiques, aussi bien qui vont bloquer la mise en place de ces politiques. Donc, si on regarde, dans l'article, je m'intéresse aux migrations climatiques, qui sont définies comme tout à l'heure, comme notre Sherman l'a bien défini. Donc, j'ai la même définition que notre Sherman. Donc, ces migrations-là, donc si on regarde, jusqu'à récemment, la variable climatique était moins étudiée dans les facteurs explicatifs des migrations. Donc, pourquoi? Parce que du côté de vue des économistes, on voulait avoir vraiment des variables endogènes et la migration, donc le climat est un facteur idiosyncratique qui est exogène. On avait tendance à les délaisser. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on pensait que naturellement, l'homme, avec la technologie, avec le développement, allait apprivoiser son environnement. Or, si on regarde le dernier rapport, le rapport de la Banque mondiale, Grand Swell, au fait, il prévoit d'ici à 2050 140 millions de migrants, donc le nombre de migrants climatiques internes. Et ceci dans principalement 3 régions en développement, l'Afrique subsaharienne 86, l'Asie du Sud-Est 40 et l'Amérique 14. Et là, l'Amérique latine 14. Et là, ils vont plus loin. Là, les migrations peuvent participer à la réduction de la vulnérabilité, à la sécurité alimentaire à travers les remises de fonds d'une part. Si les migrants partent, ils envoient de l'argent. L'allègement de la charge de consommation, c'est ce que CNRS vont observer au Mali, au Sahel, et parfois au maintien ou bien même au développement de certaines activités qui seront génératrices de revenus. Donc, ici, si on regarde donc les migrations climatiques, une stratégie d'adaptation transformationnelle. Donc, si on regarde l'évolution de ces débats entre migration et développement, et si on la date jusqu'en 72, c'est le tableau donc, qui a été fourni par Bettini, tiré de DR 2010, que j'ai complété en mettant tout juste les relations entre changement climatique et migration. Jusqu'en 1973, si on regarde la communauté de recherche scientifique, on avait une perspective optimiste sur les questions entre migration et développement. Donc, la migration à travers les remises de fonds peut aider les pays en développement. Sur la communauté de recherche, donc également, sur changement climatique et migration, le débat n'existait pas. Donc, il n'y avait pas beaucoup de théories jusqu'en 1973. Le champ politique, si on regarde, c'était une vision développementaliste. Et sur le champ politique de changement climatique et migration, le débat n'existait pas. À partir des années 90, avec la littérature grise, notamment avec El Inaoui, donc là, le débat commence à émerger. Mais on avait une vision pessimiste donc, des migrants climatiques. On parlait même des réfugiés climatiques avec toute une connotation péjorative. À partir des années 2000-2011, on va assister à ce que Bettini et Al vont plutôt appeler par une entreprise de mainstreaming. Donc, ils vont observer progressivement cette entreprise de mainstreaming des migrations climatiques sur la base des développements théoriques de la New Economics of Labor Migration et de la Migration as a Household Livelihood Strategy. Là, on va changer de paradigme. D'un côté, le débat entre maximalistes et minimalistes sur les migrations climatiques est dépassé, c'est Piguet qui nous le dit, au profit d'une approche qui est beaucoup plus pertinente et qui insère la question des migrations climatiques à l'intérieur d'un cadre d'analyse fondé sur le nexus climat, migration et développement. Et là aussi, McLeman, qui a beaucoup travaillé sur la question, nous dira que le fait Migration as Adaptation a ouvert la porte aux études empiriques, et parmi lesquelles on peut citer Etchefor ou Forsyth, qui ont été des études majeures sur la question. Et là, Quand je parle de migration, migration as adaptation, quand je parle de l'adaptation, c'est le fait de pouvoir, donc, d'une part, se prémunir contre le risque, mais également d'en exploiter aussi les potentialités éventuelles. Et ici, on peut voir que selon le degré de préparation et la nature de l'événement climatique, la migration peut être une stratégie proactive ou réactive. Elle est adaptative si elle est efficace. Donc, c'est une migration qui est utilisée dans le but de pouvoir s'ajuster actuellement et dans le futur par rapport au changement climatique. La migration aussi peut être une migration mal adaptative. Ça aussi, nous pouvons l'observer. Donc, deux points principaux vont expliquer ce changement de registre. D'une part, on a les études empiriques influentes, H.D.R, Foresight, Asian Development Bank, qui avaient jusque-là manqué, montrent que les migrations climatiques sont protéiformes et multicausales et doivent être analysées comme un continuum de formes de migration, comme toute forme de migration. Et à cet effet, elles peuvent être bel et bien une stratégie d'adaptation ou bien un échec également à l'adaptation au changement climatique, abandon, fuite du territoire. Elles sont donc une composante proactive essentielle des stratégies d'adaptation des populations. Et d'autre part aussi, c'est sur le plan politique. On a une certaine volonté d'inscrire à l'agenda politique international, mais également une référence explicite qui sera faite à l'agenda du développement post-2015. Et d'ailleurs, à cet effet, si on regarde de très près, qu'en est-il des migrations internes? Donc, dans l'article, je m'intéresse davantage aux migrations climatiques internes. Est-ce que les migrations climatiques internes, comme les migrations d'une façon générale et les migrations climatiques internationales, peuvent aussi être interprétées comme étant des stratégies d'adaptation, donc réussies ou pas réussies? Donc, ici, pourquoi les migrations...
Excuse-moi, Alassane, ça fait 10 minutes, là, il faudrait que vous puissiez aller vers la conclusion.
Ok, parfait. Ok, donc donc si je continue les migrations, donc si on regarde donc aussi bien dans les zones d'arrivée que de départ, les migrations peuvent avoir des effets donc bénéfiques que si on les analyse à l'aune des ODD. Donc, et à cet effet, les politiques doivent mettre en place un ensemble donc de mesures pertinentes afin d'une part de permettre l'intégration des migrants afin d'en exploiter les potentiels et d'autre part également, on doit mettre en place des politiques d'accueil dans les zones départ, dans les zones d'arrivée afin que ces populations, afin que les migrations ne soient pas concurrentes. Donc là, c'est la répartition, donc la dernière partie des coûts entre migration et développement, les coûts immédiats. Merci beaucoup.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Alassane.
Yeah, thank you, Alassane. I was planning to maybe give a short synthesis of what Dr. Diallo said in French, but in the meantime, I sent you his abstract in English. I hope that's okay. For panelists, you had access to Dr. Diallo's paper in advance. So maybe we can come back to discuss Alassane's point when we are in the Q&A, so that we don't fall too much behind schedule. Okay. If that's all right, Serge.
Okay. So the next speaker is Dina Ionesco. Dina Ionesco is the head of the Migration, Environment and Climate Change Division at the International Organization for Migration. She oversees since 2015 the institute, the organization policies and programs related to the nexus between migration, environment, and climate change, and coordinates contribution to policy processes such as the climate change negotiations. She is one of the co-authors of the Atlas of Environmental Migration with François Gémen, and a lot of articles and publications. And before joining this organization, she worked for the OECD and also before for NGO on human rights. Okay, Dina, are you ready to to speak. And do you have some slide to share with us?
No, I don't have PowerPoint. I will just speak.
Okay, nice.
Yes. And thank you so much to everyone, and mes condoléances à Monsieur Diallo pour ce qu'il nous a dit. J'espère que vous allez bien. C'est un moment très difficile. If I may just, I have to make a correction because since the 31st of August, I left my functions as head of migration, environment, and climate change with IOM. It's very recent for me. And it's a big page that's turned because I worked for 10 years with IOM on this specific topic, and I'm with IOM since 2004. And for the past 5 years, I really led the work of the division we established in 2015 on migration, environment, and climate change. So I still kept my engagement today, and I will start new functions in a wider partnership with IOM, but also UNFCCC, Climate Vulnerable Forum. This is in process. It's not totally finalized. So that's why I don't have my new title, but I want to be very clear that I'm not in these functions anymore. But I was invited to bring in this experience from IOM side. So I will speak from still this perspective of an international organization, of the International Organization for Migration, and the work that this organization has done on bringing migration, environment, and climate change, a whole nexus on the agenda. So from my side, I don't have slides. I wanted just, I call this short presentation like the two sides of a coin, that we have really focused for a long while on bringing human mobility understanding in the climate world. And then the other side of the coin is how we worked on bringing climate related issues in the migration world, and how that's a bit the past. Where are we today? And just a quick opening at the end of my presentation, a bit about future perspectives we have on this thematic area and its very concrete implications at policy and operational level. I worked in IOM, which is a very special organization that's both policy and very operational, hands-on, with really projects in the field and presence in the world. And in the same time, it's an international organization that it's a symbol, I think, of multilateralism and of international dialogue among states. It's intergovernmental, so it makes a very particular perspective to work with governments on such sensitive issues. And then how we translate this then into very operational dimensions for our projects that are very often about assistance to communities, to migrants, to displaced populations, to people on the move. So there's a very unique, I think, chance that this organization has to go from research to policy and then to practice, and then trying to bring then what we know from the practice back to the research and into the policy. So talking about these two sides of the coins, I wanted just to say a few words about why we worked so hard on bringing human mobility dimension in the climate negotiations. This started around 2000 in IOM and in a broader community of organization, including also UNEP and the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of IDPs and some other stakeholders, the United Nations University, the Stockholm Institute. So a community that considered that we need to make sure that the climate negotiations look more into the social dimension of climate change, and in more particular way to the human mobility dimensions of the impacts, negative impacts of climate change. Can you hear me well? It's okay? Yeah. So it's how I think the awareness we had around 2000, 2004, 2005, and the COP in Denmark, COP15, it's that, in fact, the migration world was not really ready for the discussion. And we did not have really spaces of negotiations on the migration side to discuss this nexus. So we focused very strongly on the climate space and related spaces like the little by little also the environmental discussion, the resource questions, water, ocean, issues around disaster risk reduction. But that's the world of the climate side. And we advanced there because it was the place where states were negotiating. And so the first entry point was more on an adaptation side, which links us with the discussion that to the whole research that Mr. Diallo brought so clearly into the discussion today, and very slowly moved from the Cancun migration, displacement, and planned relocation, first recognition of the human mobility dimension, to loss and damage, and to the Warsaw mechanism on loss and damage, and then to the Paris Agreement that created task force on displacement and recognized the rights of migrants in its preamble. And I had the chance to be part of this task force on displacement since 2016, and to really understand our focus on trying to move climate action in a way that it integrates better what we know about human mobility, about migration strategies, about migration forecasts, about stocks, about flows, about individual strategies. And I think now we are with the climate side into a space now where we have anchored language on migration into the climate negotiations. And the key question now is how we translate it into more climate action that takes into account human mobility. So there are very basic discussion on how states can access green climate funds with projects that have a migration dimension, for instance, issues about trapped population, or on the contrary, supporting diasporas who invest back, for instance, in green jobs in their countries of origin. So there's this, it's the coin on the climate side. And I think what it's very important to understand is how much the migration side of the coin has evolved over the past years. And there we have also a very long road that we've been over the 20 past years. And Mr. Diallo also mentioned how much the change we had in understanding migration and sustainable development has also impacted the way we understand now migration and climate change. So we have, for instance, IOM 20 years of international dialogue on migration. You have the Bern Initiative that first recognized the environmental drivers of migration back in 2003. You have all the Global Commission, the high-level dialogue on migration and development, and the regional consultative processes. So dialogues at regional level that little by little are integrating now what we know about climate change and the environment. You have the Nansen Initiative about protection of people crossing borders, and now the Platform on Disaster Displacement. We have the 2016 New York Declaration on refugees and migrants, and now we have the Global Compact on migration that recognizes very clearly the environmental, climate change, desertification, projection of extreme heat. It has very advanced language on migration in the context of climate change. And now we are seeing this translated in different concrete developments on the migration policy side. And I think that's, for me, as IOM's focus, I think the innovation at migration policy level, it's key. And then migration practice, of course. And that's why I said it's the sides of two coins now. And for looking ahead now at the future, I think one side without the other doesn't work. And that's the danger we have very often with simplification of discourses at political level. And or on the contrary, speaking in a too technical level, that we forget the nuances and we forget the two sides of the discourse. I think it's key today to invest in climate action, to invest in environmental policies with the understanding that by doing so, we may curb some of the risks of forced form of migration. So it's about reducing displacement. But in the same time, you can't forget the other side, that Mr. Diallo spoke about, that migration is part of our strategies since the beginning of humanity. And the challenge is how you make this migration safer and respectful and positive and not tragic. So for this, I think our understanding of climate change today for the future is a chance to push for more innovative migration policies. And I think sincerely, it's not just an ideological dream or blah, blah. I really see how much you can advance. For instance, at regional level, we have the example of Eastern Africa with the free movement protocol, better integrating environmental and disaster and climate change drivers. You have the Caribbean migration, new regional consultative process that really considers the adaptative dimension of migration and also the disaster risk reduction dimension that could reduce the risk of forced migration. You have the Pacific that is developing very innovative migration frameworks at receiving and sending countries that interrogates on what kind of visa, what kind of status can we offer to people moving in the context of climate change. Then you have the US with the Joe Biden very recent executive order that it's a very typical dynamic we are seeing now at national level or at regional level with the European Union. But also in the UK, in France, there are other countries that are really looking in Canada, whether their policies in place at the migration level are ready for possible movements due to climate change. And we see a lot of thinking at the local level. So cities being very, very active on this, and the mayor's migration council, it's a very interesting initiative that brings together mayors from big cities to really consider the impacts of climate change on migration. They look at integration, reintegration of migrants. And so I think we are in a moment where we can innovate also at the way, for instance, we look at diaspora investing back in their countries of origin into green jobs, or the reintegration of migrants, returnees, into their countries of origin. So that's what I wanted to present today. It's just that we saw a long road that was initially focused on climate because migration was so slow to advance. We can consider that it's never enough, you know, and when you work with governments, very often you end up with quite the lowest common denominator. It can be extremely frustrating. But in the same time, I think that's why it's so important to study, understand the history of the discipline of migration, and to understand that progress, it's still very recent in some domains, and how much it's tainted with and taint sometimes with false assumptions and alarmistic also, or lack of nuances. So my last call for our meeting today, it's on this, to really come back very often to the research and to the technical dimension of some of this very political discourse, like looking at visa before talking of the politics of migration, and to be engaged in a very nuanced discourse. And with this, I stop here, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. We have to move on to the last talk. And Laurie Hunter is waiting. I see her. She is waiting for her talk. So Dr. Laura Hunter is a professor of sociology and faculty research associate at the Institute of Behavioral Science Research Programs on Environment and Society at University of Colorado. She is also associate director of the university's population centers, which facilitates research of three signature themes: migration, health, and population-environment interactions. Okay, so Rory, you can. Do you want to show us some slides?
I do have slides. Thank you.
Yeah, so you could share your screen, I guess.
Okay.
That's good.
Does that look?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, merci beaucoup, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I have thoroughly enjoyed these last couple sessions, and I also enjoyed reading through the background material, so thanks again. And what a fascinating topic I was given. I was tasked with thinking about our remaining puzzles and promising approaches to respond to those puzzles. And I must say, I really appreciate also following Dina and her conversation on linking research to policy. So I'm going to put forward 5 what I believe are remaining puzzles in the migration environment research world. I will start with number 1. Number 1, I think that we have a lot to do on considering differential responses, migratory responses to environmental pressures. We've seen over the course of today some different kinds of examples where individuals may be, or households may be forced to move or voluntarily move. There's a lot of new work coming out on non-migration or immobility as well. This is a framework put forward by a paper I did with some fabulous collaborators that came out in Population and Environment last year. And this is the paper we submitted as background for this particular talk. And, you know, thinking about the voluntary and involuntary dimensions of mobility and immobility. And I won't go into this. I think it's one of the remaining puzzles for researchers to think really carefully about an outcome that isn't just whether or not an individual or a household migrated, right? There's a lot more nuance there. There's another element of differential response that I think also represents a remaining puzzle, if you will, and that is, you know, migration fits within a broader portfolio of livelihood activities, and oftentimes we model migration as an outcome. But can you imagine that migration as an outcome would be very much influenced by the different kinds of activities a household might have in their portfolio? And we don't think about that much, but can you imagine that migration as a response to environmental pressure might differ in a household with 50% agricultural activities, you know, 25% off farm, and a household that has 50% of our farm activities being part of their livelihoods, right? So migration is one decision among many, but we tend to model it as a decision without thinking about how the other activities available to a household might in fact influence the timing or type of migratory event. You can imagine that the ways in which an environmental pressure factor, stress influences migration is very much shaped by these different kinds of activities. And then there's all sorts of other dimensions, right? You can imagine that a household composition influences the ways in which the climate and the portfolios and the migration interact. So I think that that's also a remaining puzzle, is doing a better job at putting migration into a portfolio of livelihood activities. My second remaining puzzle is with regard to differential impacts. And we can look back to, I can't believe this is now a decade old, but the Black et al. Framework that has been used so much, where, you know, they explicitly consider age, sex, education, other kinds of axes of differentiation, if you will, that shape the migratory decision. We have a lot more to do around that, and we've heard some work on gender differentials, for example, but there's much more we can do, right? How do these things influence decisions, and also how do these characteristics impact the ways in which migration impacts the individual or the household, right? So we've just, as opposed to thinking about things as sort of unidimensional, we really need to disaggregate and consider what kind of characteristics of the individual or the household shape the ways in which migration happens. The third remaining puzzle I call important triads. And here, what I mean are different kinds of social phenomenon that are also linked to the migration climate connection. This is from the same paper I mentioned before, the background paper I put forward, where we think about the ways in which migration and climate connections are associated with both individual and population health. So you can imagine that, well, I'll give you one example. A paper that I wrote with a graduate student, this was published a couple of years ago. You know, there's a lot of work that looks at and has documented the positive health selectivity of migration, right? Migrants tend to be healthier than non-migrants. Can you imagine that perhaps climate reshapes that association? With climate pressure, perhaps both healthy and less healthy individuals have to move, thereby tossing the positive health selectivity research out the window. Or perhaps it is that climate pressures intensify the positive health selectivity. So, you know, there's some really interesting connections. I can imagine another triad would be migration, climate, and the economic context, right? How does this climate shaped migration shape the economic context in a receiving area? We hear a lot about that, but there's not a lot of research on it. And what about social conflict? Same thing. We hear about those ideas, but there's not a lot of scholarship linking that to that third dimension. My last two remaining puzzles, I think we have a lot of work as a migration research community to do a better job thinking about theory, using migration theory in our work, and then allowing our work to inform migration theory. I also think there's much more work to be done on the policy context. And again, this isn't my area, and that's why I'm so excited to have followed Dina. And you know, the work of IOM that brings that research to policy and then onto the ground and allows that to also have a reciprocal influence and inform research. I think we should all do more of that kind of work, myself included. So those are my 5 remaining puzzles. I'll just quickly talk about a couple of promising approaches. The first one, I believe, is to use lessons learned. You know, there's a lot of case studies out there of migration environment, and I've been really excited to see more and more meta-analyses that pull together what we know, just to make sure that the work that we're doing builds on what we already know, right? This stuff is too imperative, right? Policies are being made right now. We need to ensure that the research we do is the research that needs to be done. And I think one of the ways we do that is to pay really close attention to meta-analyses that have, from which we can build. And the second promising approach is informed modeling. I think, as I mentioned before, we could do a lot more to bring theory to our modeling efforts. I also think there's some really interesting methodological innovations out there. One, this has been done for a few years, but I think these agent-based models, or ABMs, are getting more and more sophisticated, which is really exciting. One example, if you haven't seen it, is a fairly recent article in the American Journal of Sociology by Barbara Entwistle and colleagues. And they use migration theory. They actually review economic theories, social theories, to inform the development of this predictive model. And I love the way that they brought together both theory and the on-the-ground research in some really interesting and innovative methodological efforts. So the last piece, and I was excited that our moderator mentioned the SSPs, this shared socioeconomic pathways. I think we could do more as a research community to ensure that our scholarship is comparable, which is across different kinds of studies and with the climate community. As I said, I feel right, there's quite a bit of policy urgency around this, and the SSPs, I appreciate the summary that's already been provided, are 5 different narratives of plausible futures that represent, that are parameterized along these different kinds of characteristics. So we can use these SSPs in our own work to think about the future of migration as related to plausible global futures. And by doing so, our work can be comparable across studies, and it can also be comparable, our work can feed into climate-based work that also uses these scenarios. These scenarios are sort of complicated, and I think I didn't explain it very well in my short amount of time, but each one of those is associated with a particular climate future. And I think they could be really great tools for us. Just a couple of examples of migration work that has in fact integrated the SSP. So there are models out there for us. And I would, I think we all would have a lot to learn from these, again, myself included. So those are my promising approaches, really making sure that we summarize and build upon lessons learned from our research community, and to make sure that the modeling that we continue to do is informed by theory and also pays attention to the potential for comparable sort of parameters to allow for greater policy impact. So thank you very much for the opportunity to consider this, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Do we have some time for discussion, maybe a quarter, something like that? I would like to ask only one question. Louis, I was interested in the fact you want to raise the emerging issue of Earth in your triad, migration, climate, and Earth, because I remember some years ago I heard responsible of the World Health Organizations commented about their failure to communicate about climate change, and they say, because in fact we miss to say that climate change is also an health issue. And in fact, I wanted to ask to Alassane and to Dina if they integrate this health issue in their approach or in their modelizations, and how they consider this what you call an emerging issue. Alassane, do you want to comment about that? Alassane,
maybe Dina can start.
Oh, Dina, if you want Dina to start.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to send, but I don't know if it's feasible to send a link via the chat. I will see if I manage to send it after, because with the COVID situation, I think this was like an alarm bell for us when it started in IOM, to realize how much work has been done by IOM on migration and health and public health issues. And IOM has a huge portfolio of activities on migrants' health, really on pre-departure health screening, also health post-arrival, and issues of health during displacement, and questions also on legal issues and human rights approaches to big issues of health. Then we worked from the climate change and migration perspective very closely somehow with WHO in a bigger perspective of social dimensions of climate change. So to push through migration, health, food, education, children perspectives, like a diamond of social dimensions, and say you can't talk of climate change and not look into all these social dimensions. But we realized that we had still worked very much on understanding climate change and migration, though we always recognize the multi-dimension of migration, the multi-causality of migration, and the difficulty to isolate the environmental and climate drivers. And that's why I think it's so difficult also to have a climate change and environmental migrant or refugee definition, because of the difficulty to isolate this from all the demographic issues. But with the COVID, I think we were pushed into working closely together. And among the different things that we launched a call for research and blogs on migration, environment, climate change in the context of pandemic and health related issues. And I will share with you the link to our environmental migration portal, where you have this I think there are 25 now blog series which show all the diversity of health issues and the increased vulnerability of people in a displacement situation, for instance, due to a disaster or to climate change impacts and the health connection to it. So I think IOM has the capacity to look at things much more globally. And in a way, with the COVID situation, there is an awareness on this, though our colleagues in the health dimension have been really taken into the urgency and emergency dimension. And we were on our side, from the climate side, very anxious that the climate emergency dimension would disappear because of the issues on health. But I think there is a lot of thinking that it's linked, because as soon as you work on migration, you will work on trilogies or I don't know what's the name after the trilogy, quadruple. So it's always and, you know, so it's migration, environment and climate change, and health, and education, and gender, and children. And then you can have and children, and education, and health. So it's a never-ending story. But I think there is capacity to think much more coherently issues, and that it's an objective. And I will share what we have right now.
Okay. Laurie, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you so much, Dina. It's really exciting. You know, from the, let's see. I totally agree, obviously, that it's always and I love the way that you explain that. One of the challenges I think that we face is to empirically examine those ands. And I hate to get like, I mean, this is so, you know, mundane in a way, but looking for data that allows us to examine all of those ands. So I've, for example, tried to empirically link, right, health, migration, and climate, with the question being, you know, we know a lot of the connections between migration and health. So do you think that individuals who are migrating as a product of that environmental pressure, would that connection between migration and health be different for those households and individuals than what we already know about migration and health? Now, to do that kind of work empirically, you need data that both allows for detailed examination of migration, the timing of migration, the locations, and everything like we already know in order to link it to an environmental pressure, right? But we also need detailed information on health. And the ideal would be to have some health information for these would-be migrants before they move, and then have health information for these migrants after they move. And those kinds of data are just really impossible, virtually impossible to find. So if anybody has ideas on where I might get my hand on some of that data that would allow that kind of modeling, I'm all ears. Because I do think there's some really interesting things here, but it's you all know it's hard enough to find work data on migration with temporal specificity and geographic specificity enough to link to environment. So, but thank you, Dina, and I just love hearing your perspective from the IOM world.
Oh, yes. Thank you. We have a question from Gilles Ramstein.
You hear me?
Yes. Gilles?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
I will be very glad to share your enthusiasm. But as you know, 2 days ago, I think something as 15,000 of migrants that arrived in the US. They were brought back by flight to Haiti and other places. So I'm not sure that we are really prepared to that. And the people coming from Haiti, they come mostly for climatic changes or climate reasons. So I don't know. I listened to the three talks, and I think you are very, very optimistic.
Dina, your microphone.
Yeah. Sorry, no, I was saying I totally agree that it's very optimistic, because I'm deeply optimistic, and as a former child refugee and a migrant myself, I think it's utterly important to stay optimistic, and it doesn't remove the tragedy and the ugliness of the world. I think you are totally right. We are totally not prepared. It's at human level, and I think what we've learned maybe from the COVID is to be a bit sincere and humble how not prepared we are for absolutely anything, and that we are nothing and very small. And in the same time, yes, I want a discourse that it's extremely optimistic and positive, because I think a lot is being done, a lot can be done, and I want, in a way, that we look in also what works and what can work in migration domain, so that we look in more with some more positive like glasses to that. And that, once again, I think it doesn't remove anything away from the tragedy of our world. There are tragedies right now everywhere, and we are talking here about our research. So I'm totally aware of it. And in this domain, having devoted now 10 years of work, I really saw advances in terms of practices, in terms of programs, in terms of investments, in terms of recognition on human rights. And of course, it's once again not the solution. That's why I'm saying I think it's like a whole nuance of being humble and realistic and optimistic. And it's a cocktail I believe still can hold. Being very aware how I think we are extremely privileged to even be able just to talk about it. So yeah, that's what I think. I think your question, it's almost a philosophical question on discussing these things. But I see a lot of things being done, and it doesn't remove anything from the difficulties we face. So that's my response is yes and no, but yeah, I remain deeply positive and optimistic in life, even in the worst conditions. I think it's very important. And what I appreciate very much with refugees and migrants, it's their amazing resilience and amazing people who have been through awful things and are the most optimistic sometimes, and then it can destroy you, of course. So yeah, sorry, I talked too much about this, but I stop here.
Okay, thank you.
I know it's not a satisfying response, by the way. So
we have one question from Ingrid. We're slowly starting to reach the end of our panel, but we still have one question from here. Okay. And if someone has something to ask Alassane, because Alassane has not been.
I'm afraid he left.
Left the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, he come back. Alassane.
Because I had Ingrid, is your question?
It's more general.
It's more general. Because after you, I'll ask something directly to Alassane to have him react. Maybe if you want to come to the front.
All right. Hey, thanks for your talks and nice to see you as well. I wondered, probably you have not seen all the sessions today, but there was an earlier talk. I don't know if I say your name correctly, Jeremiah?
Sorry.
Jeremiah. Making the point that we should also somewhat de-Westernize the scientific approaches we have on this and think a bit broadly, especially also, I think you made the point how we look into causal relations and seeing climate change and migration as per se separate and climate change leading to the other, whilst there are ways to think about it differently if looking into how, for instance, indigenous communities think about the climate and mobility, but probably you can explain this better than I do. And I see a sort of the point you made there somewhat contrasts how in many of the other talks we talk about causality. So I thought maybe that was maybe a reflection more generally for the conference, that maybe if the panelists have seen your presentation, would be interested to hear their thoughts. And other than that, maybe a question for, and in relation to policy, have you also seen sort of, in the wider debate on how the kind of policies we need to think about, indigenous movements and alternatives, ideas about how we need to think about protection in relation to climate change and mobility, and different ways to think about that. I just wondered if you've also experienced that, and what then in particular would be interested to know about.
Okay. So Dina, you want to?
I spoke a lot, so maybe Laurie wants to say, and I can say something after about the policy side, if you, or I can say a few words as you prefer.
Laurie.
I don't have that because I'm not operating from the policy perspective, but I think it very much relates to my question, which is how do we make our scholarship more useful to those who are helping design responsive policy.
Okay, so Dina, you will...
No, just to add on the policy side, on the migration policy side, I think there has been a real evolution over the past year, because there's a strong focus on creating a special status and protection for people moving in the context of climate change or environmental drivers more broadly, including also geophysical. We were talking about Haiti and also what has happened with the big earthquake, for instance, from Haiti, and that people move with special statuses and a bit exceptional, and whether this can become a more usual kind of status that exists. But I think what I find very interesting is that we moved very much from this very strong focus on creating one special status in the migration policy sphere to a discourse that it's much more about overall better migration policy that can also be the response to people moving because of climate change. And I think this is a big move, because it can be seen again, in this negative, positive way. Are we advancing or not? Of course, it's never enough, but I think we also realize that some of these ideas are not necessarily, it's like the inferno is paved with good intentions. And we see, for instance, in this topic that creating new categories might have the opposite effect of protecting people. You end up by boxing people or into categories that they can't even then comply with, and then the thresholds are too high, or you can't prove that it's climate change, or then you come on because it's poverty and you are not even allowed to come in because it's poverty, it's not climate change. So really realize that at policy level there's much more, and that's a bit what the Global Compact on Migration, Safe, Regular and Orderly Migration, it's about better general migration policy and more fluidity and multiple entry and stay and different kind of visas and different kind of statuses, also temporary or related to humanitarian protection, and not necessarily focused just on climate issues or environmental issues, because you don't necessarily help then people. So I think that's an interesting evolution, but then it's human rights should be, of course, the basis, because then you have all people moving inside the country that are not, in fact, into any of these category, and still their human rights have to be respected.
Okay, yeah, thanks. We try last time, Alassane, if you have some comment, you must open your micro.
No, I think it doesn't work because I tried to reach out to him, but he didn't see my messages. So maybe we'll leave it at that and wrap it up. Yeah, you want to close the session?
Yeah. So, okay, so I think it's time to close the session. So thank you to all the panelists. And I think we are for the conclusive discussion in 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, at about 10 to 7, shall we start our keynote discussion at 10 to 7 with Valérie Masson-Delmotte and François Héron?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we'll reconvene at 6:50. Paris time.
6:50 Paris time.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Laurie, and thank you, Alassane. And thank you to the organizers. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our last session of this workshop, which is our keynote discussion. We're very pleased and honored to have two distinguished guests with us tonight. To my left is Valérie Masson-Delmotte. Pierre, you wanna introduce Valérie, since you are a colleague of hers?
So Valérie shortly is a research director at the Laboratoire des sciences du climat et de l'environnement, and she is the co-head of the working group 1 for the IPCC assessment reports. Quickly, Valérie, in the past, when
when I was free,
when she was free, her main research topic was paleoclimate through the analysis of proxies, and she has a really broad view on the climate science in general, and we are really happy to have her with us.
And next to Valérie is François Héran. François Héran is a distinguished professor of demography. At the beginning, he was the head of the National Institute in France for Demography, and his work led him to work on migration. He taught in various international universities, and then he became the first, as I said earlier today, and is still the first holder of the chair on migration and societies. That's the title of the chair at the Collège de France. At the same time, he became the director of a new institute called the Migration Convergences Institute, which is tasked to fund and foster interdisciplinary research on migrations and society. So we really have these two scientists, one from the climate part, the climate sciences, and Professor Héran for the migrations and societies part. The way we would like to proceed is really let you drive the conversation. Maybe if you want to say a few introductory remarks, each of you. We have questions for you if you like. It's really up to you. And Pierre is gonna keep an eye on the chat. If there's some burning issue you want us to ask on your behalf to our keynote speakers, we can do that as well. The floor is yours, Valérie, maybe, or
as you like.
Okay, just a few remarks from my side. So over the past years, we've worked really hard to provide society, basically, with the latest scientific knowledge on our changing climate. And I will build this brief intervention on our 2021 climate report. So in that report, we looked at our understanding of processes, of course, what shapes global climate responses, what shapes regional consequences. We looked at the global characteristics of a changing climate, and about a third of our report is focused on regional climate information. And I think that is what matters. That is what matters in terms of using potentially that information to anticipate, to explore risks and response options. We don't go to the granularity of a livelihood, but we go to large areas. Europe is split into 4 parts, typically. And when we try to build regional information, what do we consider? Past changes, not always available at the resolution we would wish. Recent observations, sometimes missing with gaps. And events that caused specific impacts, where we can have an attribution of
the specific features where natural climate variability is superimposed with human-induced trends. So to understand how human-induced climate change affects a specific event. Then we have projections with global and regional models that are imperfect. We can try to correct their biases. And from all of that, we can develop storylines. Storylines of events that are anchored in what a society has experienced and how this type of event is expected to change in the future. So this is just to try to explain what we tried to develop to frame the assessment, the methodologies that require multiple expertise, in fact. And then we also tried to frame what we call climatic impact drivers. So impacts can be changes to an ecosystem, a managed system, a society. And looking at the past decades, we know that characteristics of climate can drive impacts, not just trends, slow onset things, but also record events, extremes. So we have formulated this, we have classified characteristics of a changing climate through climatic impact drivers. But we're very bad for two things due to a lack of knowledge. The first thing is what matters for ecosystems and biodiversity. Biologists, for instance, are really interested in having the velocity of change. It is really what matters for the adaptation capacity of many ecosystems. And I think it's probably the same for many reactions of human societies, but we don't yet know that. So we look at trends, we look at extremes, values above known tolerance thresholds, like for crops, for instance. That's what we report. We don't look at middle-sized events that get more and more frequent, slightly more intense, those that might not attract attention, might not be raising a reaction. We don't look at that, but it can also be really important for how a person, a family, a society has attention focused on what is climate change, where they live, reacts or not, and then a larger event may occur, and then you may not be prepared, or it may trigger reactions that cannot be easily anticipated from the past. So this is one thing I wanted to do. So basically, in between climate and society, I think there are issues related to habitability more broadly, velocity of changes, and we are in a situation that is unprecedented for many aspects. And there are limits to what we can learn from the past in that, from multiple perspectives. And from very intense discussions with other colleagues, especially those working on adaptation, I have a strong perception that all aspects related to informality at the moment lack observations, data, methods. This is something that was very clear from a meeting we had on cities and climate change, where there are internal migrations taking place everywhere. The informal sector is a strong driver of urbanization. There are insights from the informal sector on adaptation. It's also a push for material use, energy use, changes in lifestyles. And it was flagged in that meeting on cities and climate change that has proposed an agenda for research and action with a focus on the informal sector and the need to develop improved methodologies. So these were the few remarks I wanted to share from my lens of a physical climate scientist, but very eager to create bridges so that the knowledge we have can evolve due to the gaps and the needs from other research communities. And one final word, when thinking of abrupt changes in societies, there's a notion of threshold. And in the climate system, this is where you touch uncertainties very, very quickly. So what we tried also to look at are not just aspects with high confidence in what could happen in the future, but also the tails of distributions, low likelihood aspects that have a low probability of occurrence, but if they occur, then the risks are much larger. Compound events like coastal, inland and sea flooding at the same time. So we also tried to express our knowledge on that And I'm curious on how it can be used to explore responses from societies to this spectrum, in fact, of climate change.
Well, I'm fully convinced by the fantastic job made by IPCC, and I think I'm very much impressed too by the way you succeed in mobilizing all the governments and sensitizing on the public opinions. It's really, really impressive. And of course, I'm not myself, as you know, especially the climate. What I'm interested in is precisely something you have not mentioned, which is a nexus between migration and climate change. And we need to make important distinctions. For example, we mentioned just a discussion with Catherine, and to me, for example, earthquakes in Haiti have nothing to do with climate change. And of course, if we have a broad vision of environmental issues, earthquakes are included into the topic. But to me, really, what happens to Haiti is a social issue. It's directly linked to the vulnerability, social and political vulnerability of Haiti, the way habitat has been conceived, structured, maintained, and so on and so on. And as you know, of course, the same earthquake in Japan and in Haiti would not produce at all the same effect. So it's really the way we cope with social natural events, natural disasters. Now, another distinction which is very important for us demographers is distinction between international migration and domestic migration. Of course, the landscape is a little complicated because, as you know, maybe the demographic giants, the big countries with at least 150 million inhabitants, has a very low emigration rate. If you look at, for example, China or India, they have 1,300,000 inhabitants, 1,300 million, or 400 million. And in fact, their diaspora are very important. The Indian diaspora is the most important in the world, 16 million, something like that. But compared to the population of India, is 1%, 2% at the maximum, and the same for China. The demographic giants don't emigrate because they are by themselves huge planets, and the people can improve their condition by migrating to other areas, for example, from mountains to the coast, etc. And that's happened. So, of course, if a tiny fraction of Chinese are emigrating, it's immediately an important absolute number of migrants. But, and I'm much impressed by the fact that we don't have a very good idea of the order of magnitude. For example, the Balkan countries, the ex-communist Balkan countries, 22% of the population is living abroad. It's a huge emigration rate. It's fantastic. Nobody is talking about it. While sub-Saharan Africa is about 2%. And we're much more impressed by African emigration than by Balkan emigration. And I take on purpose the Balkan example because they have also the lowest fertility rate, a very low fertility rate. And so it's an incredible counter-example of a myth which is obtaining everywhere, even in some important think tanks, that the demographic desert of Europe, the low pressure of Europe, there is a series of metaphors that will inevitably attract people from high pressure, the high fertility rates, etc., etc. So we have an idea of a sort of mechanical determinism, which would create naturally huge migration flows from poor countries to rich countries, from overpopulated country to underpopulated country, etc., etc., and from climate-based vulnerability countries characterized by climate-based to temperate countries. And if you look at the world databases of migration flows with matrices which put in correspondence all the countries of origin, 200 countries of territories of origin with the 200 and so on countries of destination, it does not correspond at all to this mechanism. No, it's not true that, for example, the poor countries of the world are migrating to the richest one at all. In fact, it's a bell curve, more or less, and the migration, more important migration streams come from countries which are more or less at the mid position of the development scale, like Mexico, Turkey, the Balkan countries I just mentioned, the Maghreb, because if you summarize the development, the human development scale, if you summarize it on the scale of 10 bars, Maghreb is at level 5, Romania at level 6, something like that. But these are the countries which migrate first, and it has to do with the fact that the population of these countries have high aspirations, and also the means of their aspirations, which is not the case in sub-Saharan Africa. Look at sub-Saharan Africa. 80% of the people who migrate from their country in sub-Saharan Africa migrate to another country of sub-Saharan Africa. And this is facilitated by the fact that there are some rules of free circulation within sub-Saharan Africa, like more or less like in Europe. And Nigeria emigrates very few because it's one of the giants. And the poorest country of Sub-Saharan Africa, Niger, for example, immigrates very few because people don't have the means to immigrate. So what is interesting, what strikes me in this, all these metaphors, la métaphore du déversement naturel, the communicating vessels. This metaphor is very attractive, but it's not because a metaphor is eloquent that it is necessarily a good metaphor. And now I would like to just give you an experience I had in my youth. I was an ethnologist in the Andes, in Bolivia, and la ceja de montaña amazónica, dans le versant, comme on the slope to Amazonia. And it was very impressive because every year it was an agriculture with terraces, a terraced agriculture. And each year, with the rains in winter, a part of the terraces was disappeared, was collapsed. They collapsed, and a part of the families had to emigrate because we were in a community in which there was no possibility of redistributing the land after each natural disaster. And with a young historian, specialized in ethnohistory, I realized that in fact all these terraces had been built with forced labor. There was at the end of the canton when I was living, there was a place called Cárcel Negro, the black prison, where all the black slaves were every night were buckled by the Jesuits. They were the owners of the cities. And then the landowners till up to the 50s had a forced system of forced labor, which has been abolished by the agrarian reform in the 50s. And so to me, there is a very important topic. You can master this very difficult nature. You can exploit the nature if you exploit, if men are exploiting the men. C'est l'exploitation de l'homme par l'homme qui permet d'exploiter ces terrains très difficiles. And so the social factor, the social domination is very important. You have exactly the same thing in Sahara. If you read, for example, Judith Shaler's books on Sahara, she's a German ethnologist of Sahara, and she demonstrates that the oasis with the irrigation channels can survive, are possible only because of the slavery, of the servile labor. It's a huge investment, very difficult. And when the French army in 1905 arrived in these countries, close to the borders between Algeria and Mali and Niger, they had a dilemma, which was, well, we need to keep these oases because they are absolutely useful to maintain our control of the territory. But the problem is they are maintained by the use of black slaves dominated by the Arab population, which was living there. And so officially they had to dismantle the Slavic system that they renounced because they had absolutely to keep the system of oasis, etc. So I think that this kind of problem should be envisaged with historians, with climate specialists, with anthropologists, and to how to look carefully how all these old systems have been, what are the social conditions which were necessary to master these very difficult conditions. So I was too long, but I think it's just a way to launch the discussion.
Thank you to both of you. Pierre, do you want to ask a question?
Yes, maybe I can ask, come back to Valérie and ask a first question. So Valérie and I are part of, I would say, an interdisciplinary laboratory at the LSE that studies climate and different aspects of climate and climate change. And what I was wondering is that if we look at the international level, the IPCC and the working groups, they are organized to mix or study the physics basis of the climate change on one hand, and the social consequences, I would say, on the other hand. I wanted to have your view about how research is organized at the national level on this question, and how should it be different? Because it seems to me, I mean, at the first order, that it's really separated amongst the social sciences and the physical sciences. And I just wanted to have your view on this point.
Keeping in mind the nexus, climate change, migration.
Exactly.
Sure. So just to explain, the IPCC structure was implemented in the 1990s, and there was this idea that you need to have as a common basis the physical understanding of the global climate change and the outlook, basically the projections, what's observed, why, and the projections. And then there was a second group focused on the analysis of impact, risks, and adaptation options. And the third one focused on how to act on the cause, which is how to basically ensure sustainable development while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's just an heritage of history. And what we've done in this cycle was really interesting, because following the Paris Agreement around 2015, things about the thoughts at the UN level on habitats, the design of the Sustainable Development Goals, there was really a strong push for working across the usual borders. And we were therefore asked to prepare altogether 3 special reports. One on global warming of 1.5, one on ocean, cryosphere, everything that's frozen, and climate change, and then climate change and land, which includes food security, for instance. And by doing that across the usual working groups, we've worked together from the beginning. We've worked together from the beginning so as to bring much closer what we understand of a changing climate and what are the implications for impact and risks. The interplay between our understanding of the climate system and the physical, geophysical constraints on mitigation. And if you look, for instance, at the ocean and cryosphere report, so this was across basically the fields of physical climate change, the effects on ecosystems, the consequences for societies. So I think it's a bit relevant. It really pushed to approach things differently. And it took a lot of efforts from scientists, the brightest minds, to work together.
My question is, to what extent can we really say that all the problems you're highlighting are really creating an international migration flow? I don't see, and I'm very struck by the fact that most of the presentation we had today don't really treat this nexus. And in fact, it is not demonstrated up to now. There is a famous World Bank report which says that, yes, displaced population within the same countries could be estimated at 200 million, etc.
We didn't put that much an emphasis on international migrations.
But I don't see, but yes, but the problem is now in the French society, if you talk with politicians, if you talk with a lot of people, they are all convinced that the future of international migration is climate driven. And it is a sort of a naturalism, of naturally determinism, you know. 10 years ago, there was the idea that there are demographic migrations driven by differences of fertility rate. Now there is an idea that there is a sort of natural mechanism of international migration flows driven by differences of climate. But I don't see the demonstration up to now. Really, I don't see it. And in this, so I am interested by the fact, and in my institute, we have a department in which several researchers are working on it. I understand that some monographs, local monographs, can establish a correlation between data on climate, on drought, etc., with censuses, which give you an idea of the way the population has evolved, etc. And it's rather complicated from the methodological point of view, and it needs, for example, to have some decades of distance in order to establish such a correlation. But even this kind of study does not demonstrate that really the future of the main motor of a migration world migration in the future will be due to climate change.
Still, for instance, if you look at the ocean and cryosphere, one direct aspect of a warming climate is sea level rise with more frequent coastal submersion. And therefore, one issue is for some small islands, there are concerns about their long-term habitability, which is not the dominant driver now. And for other places, there are also issues with local responses, which can drive, in some cases, planned relocation, which is a form of migration, in my view, internally.
It's mobility. It's mobility, internal mobility, but it's not international migration. No. And contrary to the idea that is reigning really in vast number of.
And so other aspects we've looked at are, for instance, related to land. The interplay between a changing climate, the drivers of food insecurity, which are not just crop productions, but also, wealth, provision of food locally, markets, etc. And we looked at that interplay. We also looked at the interplay between a changing climate and aspects related to water security that are interconnected. And the emphasis is not in these assessments on migration. It is an emphasis on climate, local, sectorial, regional impacts and risks and response options in that case. So I just wanted to focus on what can be assessed and what cannot be assessed. And that is related to the knowledge that is available. So we touch things you've mentioned. The availability of a serious solid evidence from what is observed now and a diagnosis, multiple causal aspects for people moving within a country, across countries. What is the role of a specific event, a hazard, whether an earthquake or climate-related hazard? What is the relationship with human-induced climate change? And one strong link is with higher temperatures is an intensification in the magnitude, in the frequency of some extreme events, heavy rainfall or drought or extreme temperature. But then often you don't have the possibility to look through the causal chain to aspects related to migration. It's just not available. And the question from Pierre was also about research by itself. And that's something which is really clear. I see a major difference between how we are organized in France on that and how other countries are organized. And I suspect on my side, that's the barrier between, I would say, I don't know the exact wording, but physical geography and the human science geography, which has been implemented in France, is an obstacle for working across disciplines. And if I look at these special reports I've mentioned, those who have been most able to bridge between physical climate information and looking through societies, landscapes, seascapes, at the implications, are often in other countries geographers who work across disciplines.
I was a member of a ERC panel which was about the change, the perimeter change. But first, some years ago, it was a panel about demography, population studies, and climate change. And I was very struck by the fact that the project, according to whether they were corresponding to one of these three domains, were really evaluated by different experts. There was no real crossing. I was unable, for example, with my demography knowledge, to really evaluate a project of climate change with a lot of physical parameters and so on. And reversely, the geographies of, even the geographies of population are there, no demographies, because we need the special techniques, which are not that simple. So it's, to me, the disconnection is not made yet, and I don't see up to now the demonstration that, presently, the huge problem we have in dealing with migration is that we have 10 countries in the world which are responsible for 80% of the 62 million refugees in the world. And these are by descending order: Syria, Venezuela. This is very interesting to see that Venezuela, just by a lack of governance, terrific governance, has raised the same quantity of refugees than Syria, with a civil war. And then we have, I have the list here, it's very, Afghanistan, South Sudan, Myanmar, Somalia, DR Congo, Sudan, Central African Republic, Eritrea. So 80% of the refugees in the world are. So to me, the priority is to tackle this issue, to understand what happens in these countries. Can we say that a part of the issues of these countries are due to struggle for resources? Some people say it. For example, it was a theory which has been presented for Syria. It's not very convincing. I don't discard, I don't rule out the fact that it could be one of the drivers of the conflicts, and the huge conflict. But in fact, most of these cases has nothing to do with climate change, and it's really due to,
a lack of governance.
The legacy of colonialism and so on and so on. And hypotheses are possible.
Professor, can I follow up on the question that Pierre raised and that Valerie partly addressed about the organization of research? At the Institute for Migration Convergences, of which a few of us here are fellows under your leadership. We're trying to bridge gaps across disciplines in the social and human sciences. And the Institute also funds research projects. There's been 30 plus research projects, but none of those, for good reasons, have involved the environment per se and climate in particular. So how is the Institute a good vehicle to foster more events like this one so that we talk just as you are doing? Or do we need to think new academic departments, new academic programs? How do you view the future to have more people engaging with each other?
I've expressed here my personal appreciation, personal feelings, and I am a very pluralistic guy. And in the Institut Convergence Migration, we have a department called Dynamics with, a mixture of demographers, economists, and some of them, including the head of this department, Elisa Chauvet, is directly working on this climate issue, trying to combine demographic data and the climate data. This is the most difficult, and trying to elaborate methodology and discuss. And for example, we had organized a scientific conference with two of you.
With
Laurie
Laurie
was
Hunter,
there,
yeah.
Laurie Hunter was here, of course, Catherine was there, etc. And we appreciated that. So yes, I think that our Institut Convergence is a good place to organize this kind of interaction. But as a demographer, up to now, I express, sorry for that, my skepticism about the demonstration of the nexus between migration and climate change at the global level. We don't have the global, yes, as of today, because we don't have, for example, these databases. I know the number of Venezuelans who had to flee from their country to go to Colombia. I know how many Syrians. I have an Afghan refugee working with me at the Institut Convergence, and I fought during all the months of August to try to save other families. I spent all my, so this to me is very concrete. And François Germain made this observation that journalists are looking for, can you present me an example of a climate refugee, etc. It's impossible, because we have up to now very general models, correlations, etc. But migration studies have something very specific, that we have to work at different scales. We have to work at macro scale, meso scale, and also in a very qualitative way. And we have in our institute anthropologists, sociologists specialized in longitudinal observations, and so on and so on. And so I myself, I've worked in the National Statistical Office during 15 years, and then I was heading the National Demographic Institute. But I'm very attached to the fact that we need qualitative data and observation data in order to understand the statistical correlations.
But I think, Valérie, you also would like more data to understand climate. I mean, from a skeptical point of view, and from a sort of semi-convinced point of view that correlation is strong, you need more data, right? To prove one or the other.
I'm not a big fan of correlations for anything.
Okay.
I think what matters is understanding the drivers, the processes, not correlation. And therefore, for instance, an example of a common database could be to look at the characteristics of a changing climate that go out of past natural variability, what we call emergence. So you look at past variability over decades when available, and then you have a trend getting out of that. It's first in the tropics for temperature, what we see. And then you can also look at specific events which have been attributed in terms of their likelihood of occurrence or magnitude to have been modified by human-induced climate change. Yeah. So this is developing, but there's a bias, and it's time-consuming. It requires sophisticated methodologies. The international program looking at that, called World Weather Attribution, usually focusing on high-impact events and then saying, well, it's just a rare weather event, and people had forgotten it. Or it's really the type of event that has already been affected by human-induced climate change and will continue to change its characteristics. So that work is not yet funded. It's a volunteer work from scientists around the world, analyzing events that are known to drive impacts. And there's a gap for many of the poorest places on this planet because of the lack of manpower, of resources, and sometimes also a bias in terms of interest. But if you have such a database, almost real time, you're able to provide the physical climate background, then in the future, it could be interesting on the time that is the time for societies to react, which is not instantaneous, in specific context where I fully understand there are lots of socioeconomic, cultural, historical dimensions there. You can also further investigate if there's any link, not just over the time scale of weeks, but on a longer time scale. And I don't think this type of joint database or a focused research exists. And just looking at the characteristics of a changing climate, the specialists of risks, not me, they've also looked at what they call hotspots. So hotspots, what are they? Where you have high exposure, high vulnerability, sometimes limited governance, and then multiple aspects of a changing climate affecting the same region. All around the Mediterranean, you can see that as a hotspot in a way, from the characteristics of a changing climate. But then you have strong heterogeneity in exposure, vulnerability, capacity to act. So it's just an example amongst others, where I think beyond what you describe as assumptions, or I don't know how you frame that, metaphors, or which I think is just a bias, a biased way of looking at a complex, potentially interconnected problem. The way to overcome biases is to share observational data across communities so that you have, I hope, an objective way, of analyzing the lack of driving cause, or sometimes the additional, the additional drop of water in the bucket that is already full and will drive a threshold reaction. And when we look at Saharan droughts, we released an assessment of that in 2 of the reports. Obviously, the literature is very contrasted. And when you bring that together, you see a long experience of historical drought in that region. I think Elena probably showed that with limited understanding, but recent droughts are extraordinary in a longer term context.
The severe droughts can reduce the possibilities of immigration instead of favoring them.
And then in Syria, I understand there was a government who favored cotton production for export, and then very limited ability to react in an organized way due to the type of government, and not paying specific attention to specific groups of farmers. So obviously, this is one way we looked at the evidence available. And the evidence is limited by the publications that are there, and also the evidence in the publications. And sometimes people just take a climate curve and speculate with a determinist view. Sometimes they focus on the social drivers and ignore the unusual character of climate events that have started to change and will continue to change. And I think we really need to build bridges and develop common methods, common tools, because in my view, that's the way to look at causality in complex systems.
Thank you, Valérie. Just a point of order. We've moved way past our deadline. Are you happy with taking one more question?
Of course.
Yes, and you can answer and give us your concluding thoughts, and then we'll slowly drift towards the cocktail. Pierre, you had a question?
Yeah, I had a question. I mean, partly answered it, but only partly, I think. It concerns, the careers of scientists, and especially the early career scientists, the youth. and how we could foster transdisciplinarity in the academics in France. I was thinking about because you raised one point, Valerie, that climate science has evolved a lot during the last decades, and somehow it escaped the field of geography to become more and more owned by the physicists. And I mean, if you look at how climate was looked at 40 or 50 years ago, it was more geographical science, observation science, and it became a very different population of scientists that assess climate issues right now. And maybe it's a really naive observation, but to me it seems that by transferring climate science from geographers to physicists, maybe somehow we lost this kind of interdisciplinarity. And I wanted to have your views on how to reignite interdisciplinarity with a special view on early career scientists and the way this nexus between climate and migration is taught, if it is taught at the university.
I remember that 10 years ago we made several attempts at INED, National Institute of Demographic Studies, to recruit somebody who could be at the interaction between climate studies and demography. And we had no candidate, we had no application, no serious application. And for example, if you're a demographer and you want to work on China, you need to have good knowledge of Chinese and, of course, a good knowledge of demography. And these persons are very rare, they're very precious. They do exist, we have one at INED, but it's very difficult to find a good specialist of Chinese demography. And the same for the climate change. So I think that it is certainly easier to introduce demography in additional demography in courses of climate studies than the reverse. Maybe it's my opinion, but I have a long experience of being panelists, experts in the European university panels, in the international panels, and so on. And even I made some very precise calculations in order to assess this observation. That I was also at the head of the ANR section of social sciences and humanities section. And I made also very careful, and there is no doubt that interdisciplinary projects are less evaluated than monodisciplinary projects.
There are more barriers?
There are more barriers because if you have 3 experts of 3 different disciplines, the probability that at least one of them says, no, this is not good, this is higher, of course. And the only discipline, and for example, the only disciplines which really succeeds in pressing the panelists by interdisciplinary are the archaeologists, because now the study of materials plus the philological aspect. So if you have a project on, I don't know, archaeology of ancient Albania, and if in the team you have a philology, study of materials, comment on appelle ça, the satellite observation, and so on, it's good, and everybody is impressed. But it's the only example I know, and it's really a pity. It's really, so we have also to work. I devoted a lot of efforts within the, I was assessing the panels, the juries of ANR, and I tried also to play this role in the ARC panels, to explain to my colleagues with data, with statistical data, we have a bias, we have a strong bias, and here are the proof, the demonstration of this bias. We have to correct it. And
so I'd like to complement that, because we focused a lot on observations, which is really important. And I think there are also ways forward for projections. So for projections, for instance, it was mentioned today, for future climate modeling and some other aspects, there's a lot of work on scenarios. But I think as demographers, you also work on scenarios, and there's something on which you have high confidence on the timescale of a couple of decades.
We even work on counterfactual
scenarios. And I think there's a potential for working closer on the development of scenarios that include demography, inequalities, aspects related to consumption, exposure, and all the other dimensions. So probably one way to work closer across these communities is through the work on the shared socioeconomic pathways and other scenarios. One obstacle is, for instance, that France is not part of the Austrian hub for the development of such scenarios. So it's a barrier in terms of having a voice for French social science communities that have knowledge and insights, not reflected in the design of the scenarios. They are a bit biased towards the English-speaking world, to be honest.
Yes, it's a big problem.
And at the same time, I know they are criticized sometimes by specialists of social sciences for being a simplified vision of, storylines of contrasted futures. So it's not just about observations, which are really important to understand the world as it is now, but it's also important, I think, to build across disciplines for how we approach scenarios. On the climate science side, it's easy, we just look at the effects on the global climate system, but there are multiple other dimensions there where I think more fertilization across disciplines would be really needed. And my view is that we should tackle the early training at the bachelor level and have things related to sustainability broadly that has a social dimension, very strong, and then a biodiversity dimension and a climate dimension at very early stages, maybe second year of universities, having small lenses across disciplines there, because this can cause motivation to work across disciplines which are not necessarily triggered when you follow your bachelor studies and then you follow the master studies that go beyond. Then I agree with you, you need to be super specialized at some stage for research skills. And I'm personally more in favor of specialized PhD thesis, where you have a strong anchor in one field and you develop internationally recognized expertise in that field. But you can also, during the training as a PhD student, have opportunities to have courses in other fields, expand your skills, create connections through summer schools or other tools. And then personally, I really think that it's more at the postdoc level or early career stage that you have the strongest opportunities to work across disciplines. It's a bit harder when you get older, in a way.
Just a word about
that's how I see it.
The Institute Convergence Migrations it was one of its missions to create a doctoral training, and we created a master in migrations, and we have 6 or 7 disciplines together, including demography, economy, geography, and history. And
so how do you approach environmental challenges?
But we don't succeed in including climate change now. So this is just the second year of our M1, and we have just beginning the M2, and we will think about it.
There's a teacher right here. Thank you both of you so much for agreeing to participate. I think it was really fascinating. The discussion took off and was very lively. I think this will make a great footage on the screen. I hope you enjoyed it online. If you're still with us, 30 people are still online, so they did enjoy it. Thank you all for coming. We'll leave it at that. You have had an opportunity to see a sheet of paper going around. You can put your name on it. We have most of your emails already if you want to stay in touch. We'll just have our cocktail in the hall. Sorry for those attending virtually. You'll be deprived of that pleasure. It was so great to have you and to do this event with all of you. Thank you again to our partners who funded that. Thank you to our keynote speakers.
Thank you, Speranza, for the.
Thank you, Speranza, for sticking around so long.
Speranza est là.
Oui, mais elle n'a pas eu de micro ce matin, elle n'a jamais pu parler.
Oh, la pauvre.
Merci beaucoup.